Could be. But me, your man, Louie T. Welcome to the Command Post Live. You know what it is. Post up. Take command. I, of course, am your Commander-in-Chief, Louie T. Thank you for joining me. I want to recap the first 2 days of camp, give you a little bit of insight as to what has been, disseminated in terms of information. Also want to kind of speak to what was said by the players and coaches, most notably Ron Rivera and the players that have stepped up to the podium over the first 2 days. And this will be a common theme throughout camp that you'll hear from Ron post-practice, sometimes pre-practice, depending on the day. And you'll hear from, 2 or 3 players afterwards as to, things that happened out on the field. What's the sense you get from this player? You're going to get probably a Carson Wentz question, no matter what side of the ball you play on. Communication, if you're on defense, especially on the back end. If you are on the front end, then you're probably going to, hear some talk about Montez Sweat chirping and, that, because we get that every year. We had it last year. They're talking about it again already this year. You're going to hear about the chemistry on offense between the quarterback and the receivers, or lack thereof at this current juncture, things of that nature. J.D. McKissick is up to J.D. McKissick type things. Him and Montez Sweat are the two that usually are the ones jawing, not necessarily at each other, but they love to talk trash, which I love. But Ron is, trying to get them to understand that, because what happens when you talk trash, if you've played sports, then you know where I'm going with this. But what happens is when you are going through a training camp, or you're going up against the same people day in, day out, it becomes monotonous. It becomes a battle, right? And you get and then you're talking about hyper competitive individuals, a bunch of, type A's out there. Okay. So the adrenaline gets flowing, and all of a sudden these guys want to win. And now all of a sudden shit talking starts to get entered into the equation. The elevated levels of testosterone start to kick in. And now all of a sudden you're at each other's neck. Okay. Now it becomes adversarial. And at the end of the day, you want guys competing at a high level, but you also want to remind them that you are teammates. We're not out here to hurt each other. We're out here to help each other get better and to be mentally sharper. If you beat a guy, yeah, you can talk some trash, but then, like Bobby McCain said, and we'll talk more about what Bobby McCain had to say at the podium, you pull that guy aside on the sideline and you say, hey, this is how I got you. Or, hey, you got me. What did you see? And that's how, you are able to help your teammates get better, because at the end of the day, they're all there for the same goal, which is to qualify for bonus football and then ultimately to hoist the Lombardi. So I want to go back, though, because yesterday was such a busy day. I was on the show with Rio. It was a lot of fun. Rio, Ed, Rico, myself. If you haven't had a chance to check that out, by all means, please do yourself a favor. Check that show out. It was a lot of fun. But I didn't get to do a video myself, and I just figured, I said, okay, I'll just save it for Thursday night. So let's go back to day one of camp. At the podium, we heard from Ron Rivera. We heard from Carson Wentz, and we also heard from Jonathan Allen. So those were the 3 guys that we heard from. If you are desperate in scouring the corners of social media, you could have heard from anybody you wanted to yesterday. I heard some sound bites from John Bates. I heard some sound bites from Sam Howell in his first practice as a professional, my first training camp practice, that is, as a professional. So, I heard from a number of guys. I heard from Antonio Gibson yesterday. So again, if you want that, it's out there. You just got to go looking for it. So the gist of practice was short in day one. It was only 90 minutes. Okay. They weren't looking to kill these guys. And as a matter of fact, I think it was only 60 minutes. It was either 60 or 90 minutes. It was a short practice because it was their first day back. I mean, you don't expect these guys to just jump in like they've been out there for 3 weeks. You want to work them in slowly, so you don't want anybody getting hurt. So they weren't trying to kill anybody, but when you get to training camp, generally speaking, and we hear this all the time, we even hear this in regards to the regular season, the defense is usually ahead of the offense because offense takes timing and precision, and it takes reps, lots and lots of reps to really get into a rhythm and be in sync with one another. Whereas defense, all it takes is one guy making a play, and all of a sudden, it could have been a poor defensive rep. But if one guy makes a Herculean effort, it changes the entire rep. Three guys can be out of position. Quarterback thinks the guy's open. All of a sudden, safety comes swooping down, picks it off. He had two guys open deep for touchdowns. He didn't see that. He threw it to the guy underneath. Safety makes a play. All is forgotten. Now, when you go back and watch film, the coach is like, what the hell are you guys doing? But to the untrained eye, us watching on TV that don't see the back end and guys running wide open, you're like, yeah, that's a hell of a play. So defense is always ahead of the offense generally when the season starts. Remember week 1 last year when we played against the Chargers? They went up and down the field, but what happened? All it took was one mistake in the red zone on an interception and another on a fumble, and all of a sudden, instead of them scoring 30 points on us, they were only able to muster 20, and they shouldn't have got that, honestly, if Antonio Gibson doesn't fumble the football. So defense generally is ahead of the offense early in the season, early in practice, and that was the case in day number 1. The offense made their fair share of plays, don't get me wrong, but the defense clearly setting the tone early on in camp. No pads, okay? We will not be in pads for another week or so. League mandates that these players are not to be just thrown into pads right away in training camp now. So they won't see pads probably until, I'm guessing, next weekend. So what I was told was a week and a half after training camp starts is when you'll see the pads go on. So I'm thinking somewhere along the lines of next weekend is the first time you'll start to see pads being introduced. Late next week sometime is when pads will finally be introduced. And that's when we'll really start to get to the nuts and bolts of everything. We'll start to see the game speed up for some of these young guys. You'll start to see the intensity ramp up. Right now, everybody's happy and go lucky, and everyone's talking about the excitement. It's like going back to school when you actually enjoy going because you got 2 weeks worth of new clothes. So you want to get out there, you want to stun on these hoes and wear all your new clothes. And so after those 2 weeks of new gear run out, now you're like, man, F school. I don't even want to go no more. That's kind of where we're at in the process with these players coming back. Is everyone's excited to see one another. They're happy to be back playing football again. And so everything's all great right now. Give it a week or two. They'll be at each other's throats. They'll be competing at a very high level. We'll be hearing about a couple of dust-ups at practice. We'll be in the dog days of summer, and those guys will be at the point where they're ready for camp to be over and ready to start playing games for real. So right now, everything is going the way you would imagine when guys are just coming back. Everyone's excited. You saw the videos of guys getting out of their car, walking into the building all juiced up and looking forward to, getting out there. Obviously, that energy will shift from excitement to monotonous and, all sort of being jaded and like, okay, when do we actually get to play someone else? So day 1 practice, solid, nothing really earth shattering, more so the, sound bites from the players and Ron Rivera was more of what I focused on day number 1. Day 2, you got a little bit more in terms of what happened on the field. We'll get into that here in a second. But you got Ron Rivera in day 1 really talking about a number of things. The most notable for me was Carson Wentz, talking about how he approached Carson, talked to him, told him again, reiterated that, hey, you're wanted here. We want you. You got to be the leader of this team, this, that, and the third. And, Carson spoke to that conversation that was had. And I'll get to that when I get to Carson Wentz. Ron wanted no parts of putting a box on this team, and putting them in a situation where you win or else. Again, that doesn't make any sense. And Ron pretty much reiterated that putting that kind of pressure on yourself really doesn't do you any good. I've always been of the mindset of, as fans, we're allowed to do the whole code red. If you don't win this game, it's over. We're allowed to do that. Okay. Because in our minds, you start 0-2 and you go into a week 3 matchup and you're like, hey, we either win this game or our season's done, because we're thinking big picture. We're thinking about how hard it is to dig yourself out of an 0-3 hole. It doesn't happen very often in the NFL, and a team make the playoffs. We're looking at the schedule. We're looking at the next 3 games, and we're saying, man, 2 of them are on the road against teams that were in the playoffs last year. If we don't win this game, sort of like what we did last year when we said, look, we got to win in week 2, okay? We don't beat the Giants on a Thursday night. We're going to Buffalo in week 3. We are going to lose that game. We're 0-3. Our season's done. The players and the coaches can't look at it that way. They can't concede that they're going to lose to Buffalo in week 3. Fans can, okay? We can do that. We can look down the line and say, damn, we got Mahomes and Brady and Rodgers coming. They can't do that. They have tunnel vision. They're focused on the next opponent, which is why a lot of times when you hear these players speak, they don't even know the schedule. They can't even tell you who they're playing in 2 weeks. They only know the next game because they have laser-like focus on the upcoming opponent. They can't focus on the team that they have after that or the team after that. They don't have enough bandwidth, and they don't have enough time and energy to be spending it worried about what's going to happen 2-3 weeks down the road. That's our job as fans. We obsess over those things. However, if you're a coach, you don't allow the media to put you in a box. Hey, you got to win or else. That's what we do. That's what the media tries to do. Ron did a good job of saying, no. Now, look, Ron has put that pressure on himself, his staff, and the players. He's already done that by his actions and some of the words that he's spoken in the past. So there's no walking that back, okay? He's already squeezed that toothpaste out of the tube. You can't put it back in. So there is pressure on this team to perform in 2022. There is this feeling around the building, around the fan base that, hey, and, you know, I've seen things. I saw a poll today that said the Washington Commanders have the least amount of confidence. Their fan base has the least amount of confidence in their team. Of the 32 teams in the league, we have the least amount of confidence, or we're the most sort of negative fan base, right? And to that, I say, okay, and what's your point? I mean, when you've been through what we've been through, you know, we could sit here and talk about a lot of franchises. We could talk about a lot of teams that haven't had postseason success, haven't done this, haven't done that. But really, when you look around, there aren't many teams worse off than us over the last 30 plus years. There's a couple, okay? I'm not trying to say we're the absolute worst, but you don't want to be in the same conversation with the Detroit Lions for anything, okay? It's not cool to be talking about, well, the Lions haven't won a playoff game since 1999. You don't want to be in that conversation, or actually, they didn't win a playoff game in 99. We beat them. They haven't won a playoff game probably since the early 90s, like 93 or something like that. You don't want to be in the same conversation with the Detroit Lions. You could look at the Jets. They stink, right? Jets have been to 2 AFC championship games as recently as 2007 and probably 09, or it's 05 and 07, or 07 and 09, or 09 and 11, something along those lines. With Dirty Chaz, they went to 2 AFC championship games with Rex Ryan as their head coach. Say what you want about the Jets. They've won some playoff games as recent as, 10, 15 years ago. We've won one playoff game in the last 23 years. One. So we don't have any space to speak or say anything. And so we've been preconditioned to lose. We haven't won over 10 games since 1991. So, yeah, this fan base has been beat up pretty damn good. We've had a name change. There was an attachment to that name. And there are a lot of people that are still upset that we're not called the Redskins anymore. We haven't been called the Redskins since July of 2020. Yet there are still people still upset like it happened yesterday. So, yeah, this is a fan base that's been through a lot, and you're still being drugged through the mud with all the Daniel Snyder shit. Not to mention, you've been beat up by guys like Bruce Allen and Vinny Serrato. And then, of course, the head honcho himself, Daniel Snyder. He's taken us on an absolute nightmarish, roller coaster around the league. At times, we just want to get off. So, yeah, the fan base can be pretty negative. And even this year, I'm surprised at how many people aren't sold. And I get it. I shouldn't be surprised, but I am, because everything's aligned for us to do something big this year. But our fan base has been beat up so badly. We've been tortured that they always feel like there's something bad waiting for us around the corner. I'm guilty of that. Okay. I'm guilty of that, but I'm also an optimist. So when I see an opportunity to be positive, I'm going to take it, because I'm always searching for a reason to be positive. But there's been so many things over the years that have been negative that I'm like, I can't get behind a guy like Ryan Fitzpatrick. I can't. I've seen too much of him. Okay. I know the track record. I can't get on board with that. You can try to sell me all you want, but I know the truth. I can get behind Carson Wentz. I can get behind this schedule. I can get behind this improved roster. I can get behind the lessons learned from years 1 and 2 of Ron Rivera's tenure, where you won in year 1, even though you weren't expected to, and the division was terrible, and you finished with a record below 500. You still won the division. So you found ways to win games, and you learned what that felt like to play bonus football. But then you learned a very valuable lesson the next year, that no one's going to lay down and give you anything. You haven't arrived. You haven't done anything by going 7-9. No one's afraid of you at 7-9. And you still don't have a quarterback. So what are you thinking you're going to actually do? They were humbled. They got a nice big ass. It wasn't even a slice. They got a whole pie, a whole humble pie, which we're going to talk about tonight. So I think this team is in the right position mentally. I think physically, knock on some wood, we're in a good spot right now. Obviously, most teams are. Okay. Come back and check with me 3 weeks, a month and a half from now, and maybe we'll be talking and singing a different tune. But right now, everything's kind of going the way we need it to from a health standpoint. And I think everything is aligned. Everything's set up. No one's talking about the Commanders. Everyone's looking at us as an afterthought. It's Dallas's division to lose. If they don't win it, it's Philadelphia's division after that. And then you finally get to us. We're in a good spot. The schedule is, to me, set up for us to do early damage to gain and build confidence, which is necessary for a team like Washington that needs confidence. And we need it earlier than, weeks 8, 9, or 10 to get hot after you've dug yourself a 3-4 game deficit in the right-hand column. We need to start fast. Stack bricks in the left-hand column. And this schedule, to me, is set up for us to do that. But we got to take advantage. Jacksonville's not going to come in here and say, hey, you got us. They're not laying down for us. They think they're going to beat us. Same thing with Detroit in week 2. Again, these teams are looking at us like food. I can't reiterate that enough. So we have to take it to these teams and leave victorious to start stockpiling these dubs in the left-hand column to put ourselves in a position that if we do hit a rough patch throughout the course of the season, we can withstand it, get back on our feet, and try to tear shit up. But the fan base has a right to feel the way that they feel. I've said this. The rallying cry is change the narrative. Change the narrative. So that takes us to day 2. First of all, Jonathan Allen, I mean, he's one of those guys that I love Jonathan Allen. I love his approach because it's a workman-like approach. He doesn't really waver. He's the guy that if you want to check the pulse of reality, you talk to Jonathan Allen because he's not going to sugarcoat anything. Like, I think one of my favorite responses from him after day 1 was they asked him about the distractions off the field. He's like, I don't give a shit about that. They don't affect me. He's like, coach has to deal with that shit. He doesn't have a choice. That's his job. I can just tell you next question, or I can tell you, I don't know anything about it. Or I don't want to talk about it. And that's that. I don't have to answer that stuff. I don't have to deal with it. Coach does, and that's why you'll get those responses out of him, but I don't have to deal with that. So it doesn't make me one bit of difference. That shit does not bother me at all. And that's how players really approach it, which is what I try to convey to you guys a lot of times when you're like, oh, Terry's going to want to leave. Jonathan Allen's going to want to leave. All of this shit. They don't care anything about that. Show them the money. Show them that this thing is moving in the right direction. They believe in what Ron Rivera is trying to build. It may ultimately not be successful because generally what happens here in Washington is that, coaches try as mighty and as hard as they may, they fail because of the black cloud that hovers over this organization. But Ron Rivera is trying his damnedest to put these players in a position to have success. So they see this thing. There's a reason J.D. McKissick turned down an opportunity to play with a Super Bowl contender to come back here to Washington. It wasn't because, I just like playing for Washington. Obviously, he likes playing for Washington. He likes the brotherhood that is here. He wanted to be here, but it's also because he believes in the direction that they're going. If he thought that this was a dumpster fire and that this was a dead end, he would have just stayed in Buffalo, even if he really wanted to come back here. So I think these players sense that this thing is going in the right direction, but they've got to, take that initiative, that next step, and, get us where we ultimately want to be. And I love Jonathan Allen's response to, the defensive line and potential. He's like, when you talk about potential and this, that, and the third, that's a group that hasn't done anything, or isn't doing anything. And that's not what we want to be. We're out here trying to, get the job done. So, we're not worried about any of that stuff. So you just always love to hear from Jonathan Allen because you're going to get the reals, the actual factuals from him. That's straight, no chaser. You know what it is. All right. And then Wentz was, really, I think, introspective in that day one presser where he talked about, the maturation, the growth of, because, a lot of questions came his way about his third team in 15 months. He heard that at least 3 or 4 times. So, there was, 15 different ways of asking the same question. And so his response was like, look, he's a very religious individual. We've talked about this already. So I firmly am also one that believes in God's plan and everything happening for a reason. I firmly believe that things happen for a reason, even if we can't see it. And even if it doesn't make sense to us, it happens for a reason. And there's a reason Carson Wentz is here in Washington. What's that reason? I don't know. But I'm hoping that reason is to solidify the quarterback position for a downtrodden franchise that has been dying and thirsting for a quarterback. I'm hoping that he's the exact thing that we needed at the time that we need it, because we can't afford to not have an answer at the quarterback position at this juncture of Ron Rivera's tenure. If Carson Wentz fails and we have to turn to Sam Howell, if Howell's good, great. But guess what? You're kind of start resetting the clock again because you're going back to a young quarterback who's going to have to go through growing pains in the league. So you're essentially punting on next year and then saying, all right, 2024, at that point, you're in year 5 of Ron Rivera if he's still here. And now the fan base, they're out for blood at that point. If you get to year 5 and there's been no, playoffs since year 1, and we haven't progressed in the manner that everyone feels like we should, there's no way that Ron would probably make it out of that season, with Sam Howell more likely than not at quarterback. So this is a big year for Carson. He knows that. He understands that. He downplays the whole big picture thing, as he should, live in the moment, as he continues to talk about. But he knows that this is probably his last opportunity. And again, this goes back to the initial conversation about not putting undue pressure on yourself. What good is it going to do Carson to go into the season saying to himself, I got to play at a very high level, or I may not be the unquestioned starter again for any NFL franchise? It doesn't do him any good to go in with that mindset. the mindset is each day, try and get better than I was the day before. Keep stacking good days on top of each other. Keep learning and growing each and every single day. And we're going to make mistakes out here. This is the time you want to make them. Continue to grow and build the relationships and the rapport with these receivers and these tight ends and these running backs. Kind of get on the same page with the offensive line. Start getting this offensive unit to be cohesive and, kind of build that momentum head into the regular season and then let the chips fall where they may. So he talked about the confidence boost that he got from Coach Rivera approaching him and essentially reiterating to him, hey, we want you. We want you here. We believe in you. You're our guy. Make it happen. So he said, yeah, look, you have to have that first in yourself. You have to believe in yourself first. He said, and despite having, all of the things that have happened to me over the last year or so happen, I still believe in myself. But he says it's always great to know that there are others that believe in you as well. So that was the gist of that message. So you get to day 2 today, practice. Again, another one of these days where the defense was dominant. So in particular, the secondary, they were the stars of practice today. Kendall Fuller. So it's funny that Kendall Fuller's name comes up because I'm high on Kendall Fuller. But, Ed, Rico, and Rio were talking about Kendall Fuller, and they weren't as high. Now, Ed and Rio weren't nearly as high, right? I don't think Rico was as down as they were on Kendall Fuller, but I don't think he felt like Kendall Fuller was all that great either. I don't want to put any words in anyone's mouth, but clearly Rio and Ed were like, yeah, he's all right. He ain't all that. And I'm like, this guy is probably the highest IQ player that we have. You could argue on the entire team, but definitely on the defensive side of the football. You want to know why this guy is a champion at snuffing out screens before they happen? Because he sees it. He sees the splits. He understands when they come out in this formation, this look with this type of split, this is what they like to get to. Kendall Fuller is a very cerebral corner, which is why he's had the ability to play safety and corner, outside and inside. It takes a guy that knows the game to be able to play multiple positions. So there's a lot of knowledge there, a wealth of it. And so I think Kendall Fuller is an exceptional corner. I think he's a high IQ corner with tremendous ball skills and the ability to affect games. However, there are times where he's a step slow. There are times where he may not get out of his break quick enough, or he may get tossed aside like he did against the Buccaneers with Mike Evans scoring that touchdown. There are times where, things happen, but that's every corner in the league. I like Kendall Fuller, especially as a number 2. I think he is a high-level number 2 in this league, and he was outstanding in practice today. He was all over the field, deflections. He had a deflection of a ball that was intended for Terry that ended up caroming into the air, and Cole Holcomb makes a sliding interception. They got their hands on a ton of balls today. They were the stars. Bobby McCain had a strong practice. Benjamin St. Juste also had a strong practice. William Jackson III, by all accounts, is out there looking like the William Jackson III of old. So there's a lot to be excited about with the secondary. Ron talked about the secondary and their maturation and how this is year 2 for a lot of those guys. Bobby McCain, William Jackson III. This is year 2 for those guys, right? So they're more comfortable with Jack Del Rio's system. For Kendall Fuller, for Cam Curl, this is year 3 for those guys with Jack Del Rio. So they're even more comfortable, and now they're getting acclimated to the guys that, were here a season ago. So you're starting to really see all of that continuity and chemistry starting to, play itself out on the field. Now, obviously, Ron reiterated, we're not game planning. We're not setting anything up. We're kind of just going out and winging it a bit. So, yeah, advantage does go to the defense in that regard, but you still want to go out and execute no matter what if you're the offense, and to have the defense play the way that they played today. It's good. I want to hear that the defense is dominating. I want to hear that the offense got the best of the defense on some days. That's how it should be. If it's just one-sided where the offense is kicking the defense's ass, either the offense is really good or the defense is really bad. Either way, you're probably in some trouble, because if the defense can't stop the offense, then that's a problem that we're probably going to run into during the regular season, where some offense is just kicking our ass, or a lot of offenses are kicking our ass. So you want it to be days where the offense gets the best of the defense, and vice versa, because that shows that each of these units can hold their own at any point in time. And it also continues to keep that that active competition between the two units. If you keep getting your ass kicked, there's no competition. It's like a rivalry. A rivalry is only a rivalry if there are two participants. If one team is steadily getting their asses kicked and the other is doing the ass kicking, it's really not a rivalry. It's a shellacking. So part of the reason why I've been so frustrated with our history against Dallas is because when Dak Prescott plays, it's one-sided. It's not a rivalry. We're getting our asses whooped. When he doesn't play, that's when we decide, oh, shit, we got an opportunity. Let's take it. Well, that in order for this thing to be a rivalry, we got to beat Dak Prescott's ass. So I like what I heard, from practice today, especially the defense playing the way that it played today. Ron, so let's start with Antonio Gandy-Golden. This will probably be the last time I say this, but the Gandhi man, he decided to hang it up today. And, it's so ironic that we were on the show last night with Rio. Ed was all in on AGG. He had pushed all of his Antonio Gandy-Golden chips to the middle of the table, made a bold prediction that he was going to make the roster and be a contributor this season. And I essentially was like, bro, you are out of your damn mind. He's not making the football team. But that doesn't mean that he's not talented. That doesn't mean that, a year or two from now, he won't be a guy that could be a contributor. But when you make a positional switch, it doesn't happen overnight. And so I knew it would be a little while. And I think where it ultimately, hit Antonio Gandy-Golden the hardest was that, bro, I'm making all of these sacrifices and there's nothing guaranteed to me. I could be stuck in this same exact spot next year, fighting for my NFL life yet again. And remember, he's already gone through a season where he was not on the football team, which was last year. Okay. Got cut, was a part of the practice squad. And if you love football, you'll do anything to have a chance. You'll keep fighting. You'll keep scratching. You'll keep clawing for an opportunity. If you believe in yourself, then you're going to keep fighting. And whether it's with this team or another team, or I get 18 chances. I remember James Harrison being cut at least 5 or 6 times by, I think it was the Ravens and the Steelers and teams like that, before finally latching on and keeping a job with the Steelers and then making a name for himself. But if you want it bad enough, you'll continue to fight. Guys go across the pond to play basketball if they don't get drafted in the NBA. And, they play basketball wherever they can to continue to stay in shape and give themselves a fighting chance to get back into the NBA. Same thing with NFL players. There are more outlets now. The XFL is going to reboot again in 2023. The USFL guys are getting signed. The Cowboys just signed the MVP of that league to a deal today. Washington signed a couple of corners from the USFL. So there are more opportunities here in the States to showcase your skills and maybe make an NFL roster. But if you don't, there's always the Canadian Football League and other outlets where you can continue to play and give yourself an opportunity to continue to play ball, to then maybe hear your name called, or someone to call your agent and say, hey, we'd love to give you a tryout. So Antonio Gandy-Golden just struck me as a guy that I don't think he loved football anymore. He lost the lust for the game. And I think a lot of that came from changing positions. When you've been playing one position your entire life, and you get to the highest level, and then you're told you're not good enough at what you've been doing your whole entire life, and that you should do this instead. If you love it, you'll make the switch, right? If you believe in your talents, you believe in your ability to adapt and be malleable, you'll make the switch. But if you're in the mindset of, I'm a receiver, and it doesn't pan out for you, and now they're telling you, hey, we need you to gain weight. We need you to learn the nuances of the tight end position. You may not be ready to help us this year, but maybe next year. after having just sat out an entire year, if you don't love it, it wears on you to the point where you start to not be yourself. You're not happy. And he's a smart guy. We know how smart this dude is. Ron talked about how, intellectually gifted that Antonio Gandy-Golden is. And so he said he wants to go back to school. I don't know what he's looking to pursue in particular, but whatever he decides to do, Ron thinks he's going to be successful, and he's a pretty smart guy. So I think he's going to have a really good chance. I wish him nothing but the best, but this is the memory that plays back in my head. And this kind of let me know this guy isn't cut out for this. I kind of soured on him after this. It was the preseason game last year. You guys know where I'm going with this. And I want to say it was against New England, the very first preseason game last year. And all of the starters are out. All the subs are in on both sides. Late in the ball game, Steven Montez throws him a fade ball on a 2-point conversion. And initially, it looked like he caught the ball. I was excited for him. I was like, that's what he needs. He needs a confidence boost. That play right there could be the start of him really understanding, because guys need an aha moment. When you come to the NFL, at every level, you need an aha moment. You're talented, you belong and you can play, but you still need confirmation. And usually there's a moment where you say, all right, I can play with these dudes, man. I'm just as good, if not better than these dudes. And it doesn't matter. It starts from when you're a kid to then when you get to middle school, to then high school, to then college. There needs to be that aha moment. Like, yeah, I got this. This isn't too big for me. And I thought that was his aha moment. Like, okay, I can do this. I can big body a corner. I can post the dude up, go up, get the football, come down with it. And so we thought he caught the ball. That was a 2-point conversion to tie the game. He's excited. He brings the ball to the sideline. He's crying. I'm like, all this for a preseason 2-point conversion? And then to find out that his ass didn't catch the shit. Oh, I was hot. Oh, I was bamboozled. I felt hoodwinked. Oh, the deception. He did all of these theatrics, bringing the ball to the sideline, cradling the ball like it's a newborn child, like he's about to tell the equipment man, hey, write my name on this ball, put this thing in the little chest for me. This is my first, catch that led to points in the NFL, even though it's a preseason game. And only to find out that it wasn't a damn catch, and you did all of that shit, and you knew you ain't catch that shit. I said, I don't think he's cut out for this, man. I didn't see the dog. And at that moment, I said, I don't see the dog. I don't think he had the lust that you need, that bloodthirsty lust to be great. So he retired today, and that's fine. I wish him nothing but the best. I didn't think there was a future here for him, to be honest with you. I said that last night on Rio's show. Just like I don't think there's a future here for Kelvin Harmon. I hope I'm wrong. I like Kelvin Harmon. I'd like to see him get another opportunity, but time has passed him by. They continue to add guys that push him further and further down the depth chart. Like, I don't even know why anyone's still talking about Kelvin Harmon, but that's cool. I like Kelvin Harmon. He's a good dude. I see his post on socials. He's hungry though, and he's willing to do whatever it takes to try to, be on an NFL roster. So, he's willing to try, and despite being told no repeatedly, he's going to continue to fight. So we'll see what that lands him. But AGG retired. We move on. The tight end position is loaded. They've got a ton of guys that are intriguing. It's on to the next one. Ron also talked about a couple of guys. So I told you the secondary was the star of the show at practice today. And Ron talked about Danny Johnson and Benjamin St. Juste. and their contributions in the secondary and how they're continuing to grow. And he talked about them playing the nickels, that Buffalo nickel role, but more specifically the nickel for the team, right? And I told you, you got two nickels. You got one on each side. All right. Now, if you go just straight nickel, with that Buffalo nickel, you could put a safety on the field. You could put a corner on the field. But generally speaking, you got 5 defensive backs, hence the name nickel, and 2 linebackers and 4 defensive linemen, generally speaking. When you got 2 guys in the slot, one on each side, that's dime defense. Okay, that's 6 defensive backs, 1 linebacker, 4 defensive linemen, usually, right? And so forth and so forth. Anyway, he talked about those 2 guys, and I'm starting to get excited for the opportunity that Danny Johnson may be presented, because it finally seems like they are figuring out that, hey, this damn Danny Johnson, he actually is worth the damn. He can actually play. I think they were shitting on Danny last year. I told you I was upset after the Green Bay performance and how he played. I thought he deserved more opportunities. I thought he should have forced their hand to give him more opportunities and reps, and it really just never manifested itself for whatever reason. I think this year they're realizing that, the depth at corner may not be as great. So you may need a guy like Danny Johnson. And right now he is playing well. Juice is playing well inside. And Rivera reiterated that he loves what those guys are giving them in that Buffalo nickel role defensively. And so that warms my heart, because, I'm a massive Danny Johnson fan. And I told you, Juice shocked the hell out of me. Remember, I was not high on Juice when we drafted him. I thought that we got a guy that, and to my point, he doesn't have an interception, but this was what he was in college. He was a high PBU guy. A lot of pass breakups, not a lot of picks, but a lot of pass breakups. But he was handsy in college. I thought that would get him in trouble in the league. And that hasn't been the case. He's been outstanding. Not a lot of penalties on him. He did pick up a penalty on a play where he was in great position and he didn't need to do it. It's just one of those situations where he kind of panicked, put his hands on a guy when he didn't need to. He was in perfect position. That ball was not going to be caught. But Ron really seems to think that these guys are playing well, especially Juice in the slot, which is music to my ears, because I'm still not I'm still sort of a non-believer and skeptical about Juice in the nickel in the slot inside. I got to see it, man. I still kind of don't buy what they're selling me, but it sounds good. And he praised those guys in particular, talked about the secondary as a whole, but he praised those 2 individuals in particular for their play in that nickel, that Buffalo nickel / nickel role. And that's great to hear. Ron talked about humility. He said he sat in on the defensive rooms meeting. Jack Del Rio was meeting with the entire defense, and he said he just sat in, didn't say a word, and just kind of listened to the message that Jack was, giving the team. And Jack was preaching humility. And I told you last year, I think the biggest lesson learned, especially defensively, was humility, because I really, truly believe that all of the noise from the outside got to those guys. They started believing the shit that they were hearing, like the dumbass shit Booger McFarland said about Chase Young having 20 sacks this year if he's healthy. Like, you hear enough of that bullshit, and it starts to go to your brain, and if there's no one there to keep you grounded, you start believing that shit. That tackles are just like you're back at Ohio State, and you're playing Rutgers, and you're about to bag 3 quarterback sacks today. Like, that's not how this shit works. You got to put in the work. You got to reinvent yourself, and you got to be better mentally than the guy in front of you. You got to win those mental battles as well as the physical ones. And there wasn't enough of those, especially for Chase last season. And it went to their head. Chase, Montez, it went to their heads, and the lack of success was frustrating. And so he talked about humility. Last year getting a slice of humble pie. needing to take that into consideration when you go out there this year. Be humble, be humble. And Jack has said this on numerous occasions. I subscribe to this. Me and Jack don't always see eye to eye, but I wholeheartedly 110% subscribe to the theory and notion of respect everyone, fear no one. And that's Jack's MO. And Jack has been preaching that since he got here. I'm pretty sure he's been preaching that his entire coaching career. Probably was preaching that as a player. Respect everyone, fear no one. And that's how we need to get back to. I thought that's the way we were in 2020. We respected all of our opponents, but we feared none of them. That's how we went to Pittsburgh and won against an undefeated Steelers team. We respected their team, but we didn't fear them. I thought last year we started to get back to that during the 4-game win streak. We respected the hell out of Tom Brady, especially we had seen what he had done to us the last time he came to FedEx Field in the playoffs. We respect the hell out of the GOAT, but we don't fear them. And then we felt disrespected. We show you this respect, and you take a dump on us by going for it in deep in your own territory. Like, oh, what the hell are they gonna do? Kick a field goal? We ain't afraid. Oh, okay, so you're going to disrespect us like that. Okay, gotcha. That's the approach I want them taking. I want them to have that chip on their shoulder. And Ron said he loved the message that was being conveyed to the team defensively, which is, put that chip on your shoulder, but also be humble. Have humility. That wasn't in abundance last year. Which takes me to one of my favorite guys on the team. You guys know how I feel about Bobby McCain. Every team needs a Bobby McCain. He's the guy that's going to make sure that everybody's accountable for their shit. You're going to own it when Bobby McCain is on your team, okay? Because not only is he going to speak up, but he's going to make sure that you speak up. He's going to make sure that not only that he's doing his job, but yet you're doing your job. You need guys like that on the football team, and Bobby McCain is one of those dudes. I told you, he's got dog in him. All right, he's got a dog mentality. He led the team in interceptions last year, and that was with a drop against Denver. We all remember that one against Teddy Bridgewater early in that ball game. He had 4 interceptions. Obviously, 2 came in the final game of the season against the Giants in a meaningless win to wrap up the season. But Bobby McCain, as the season wore on, he got better and better. And I told you, I loved Bobby McCain. And I think what did it for me, what cinched it for me, was after the Tampa Bay game. And if you were in the MOBB watching the game, I told y'all I was pissed off. I said, these bitches are disrespecting us. They shitting on us. They don't respect us. They think that we the little sisters of the poor. Like, they expect us to come in here, or they expect to come in here and us to lay down at the feet of Tom Brady and get the doors blown off of us 38-10. They don't respect us. And when shit started to go off the rails for them early in the game, instead of them treating us like, hey, man, we might be in a dogfight today. Let's punt this football. They said, it's the Washington football team. What are they going to do? Kick another field goal? F them. Let's go for it at our own 27. If you were playing the Rams, would you do that? Excuse me? If you were playing Aaron Rodgers, would you be going for it here on 4th down? Or would you be punting this football? The audacity. That's a slap in the face. And after the game, Bobby said, he said, that was disrespectful. That was disrespectful. And as far as I'm concerned, and he cuts too. He's like, we thought that was some bullshit. So you damn right we were riled up and we saw the disrespect. And he said, and they got it. They got the first down. They went for it and they got it. So he's like, they got it or whatever. But, that shit never, ever left. That chip never left our shoulder the remainder of the game. How disrespectful, how they viewed us. That they're telling you how they view you by how they approach the game. Again, if they're playing Green Bay, if they're playing the Rams, if they're playing Dallas, they're not going for it right there. They're going to punt the football because they respect the other team's ability offensively to take this field position and turn it into a touchdown. What they were essentially saying is, you got Taylor Heineke at quarterback, man. Get out of my face. Y'all ain't going to do shit. If we give y'all this football right here, y'all ain't going to do shit with it. So what difference it makes? Bobby took offense to that. Like MJ on The Last Dance, I took it personal. He took it personal, and I like that because I take that shit personal. So Bobby's got dog in him. And he's a guy that's a leader on that back end that's going to make sure they're talking and communicating. And I thought the thing that he said that resonated with me, and I told you I could listen to Bobby McCain. There are certain guys on the team, I could listen to them talk all day long. Bobby McCain is one of them. He said, either we're all right or we're all wrong. I wanted to stand up like Charles S. Dutton in Rudy when he was, damn near not even hitting his hands together because he was trying to clap so damn hard when Rudy finally got on the field. When he said that shit, it sent chills down my body because he's so right. And you don't think about that defensively. But either you're all right or you're all wrong. All it takes is for one dude to F up. That's it. 10 out of 11 guys can play the defense perfectly. One corner can think that, hey, I got safety help to the inside, turn a guy loose, and now you got a 63-yard touchdown, and there's nobody within 8 yards in any direction of the guy catching the football, like Cordero Patterson did against us in week 4 against the Falcons. And so he's like, either we're all right or we're all wrong. If one guy makes a mistake, we all wrong. Doesn't matter. We can point the finger. We just gave up a touchdown. We all wrong. It doesn't matter. So he was like, look, the last question that he answered was, what does bad communication look like? What is a pre-snap? What does bad communication look like? And I thought he was going to give some generic answer and say, it depends or something like that. He's like, nah, if we're not talking, if nobody's saying nothing, pre-snap, that's bad communication. We should be talking. We should be communicating. We should be making checks. Somebody should be pointing like their head, like a chicken with their head cut off, yelling to this side of the field, yelling back here, making sure everybody's got it. Somebody should be pointing and doing. With the good defenses, you always see that shit. You see one guy just helter-skelter out there. It makes sense to the other 10 dudes that's on the field. But it looks like a guy going crazy, losing his mind when you're watching it on TV. There should be at least one dude doing that shit, maybe 2 doing that shit. If it ain't going on, if there's no talking, we got problems. Now, what you don't want to see is what we used to see when Greg Minuski was the defensive coordinator and teams would just run simple, shallow crosses and a guy would end up wide ass open and you got 2-3 dudes pointing pre-snap. Nobody knows who to cover who. And next thing you know, they run a simple mesh concept and somebody's wide ass open. And that was like our kryptonite. We couldn't even cover a simple mesh concept back in like 2018, 2017. Shit was stupid. Now, you don't want that, but you do want somebody communicating to the others, what we're doing. Hey, this is the look. This is the formation. Look for this. They like to run screen. They like to run screen out of this. I love Bobby McCain, man. I know some of y'all like Bobby McCain is ass. Oh, I disagree vehemently. And not only is he a good football player, but he's the kind of guy you need on a team like this. We're a young team. I don't know if you understand. We're a young team. And we got our fair share of veterans. But our veterans are 3, 4, 5-year guys. Kendall Fuller and Bobby McCain, for all intents and purposes, and William Jackson III, along with Jonathan Allen, those are your veteran leaders defensively. Think about that. Jonathan Allen was drafted in 2017. So 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, this will be his 6th season in the league. He's one of the elder statesmen on the team, okay? William Jackson III, if I'm not mistaken, was a first-round pick in that same draft with Jonathan Allen in 17, Okay, so he's probably a 6-year veteran, going into his 6th season in the league, if I'm not mistaken. If not his 7th, one or the other. Bobby McCain, I think, is in that same general vicinity, a 6-7 year vet, right? Again, these are the elder statesmen on the team. Obviously, Tress Way is the oldest player on the team, and he's been here the longest. But this is a relatively young team. So when you get these veterans that can impart knowledge on these young guys, it is imperative. It is vital that you have some of these guys. And McCain also said, I'm one of the few dudes. I've played all 5 positions on the back end. I've been a boundary corner. I've been a nickel. I played both safety spots. So you can come to me. You can come to me. You got questions? More likely than not, I got answers. Feel free to fire away. I got you. So I love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Also, Curtis Samuel. Never, ever trust a man with 2 first names. He's looking good out there. Apparently, he broke Benjamin St. Juice off something proper today. Everybody was talking about the move he put on Benjamin St. Juice on a simple 5-yard pass, got up the field, broke him off something, and got another additional 10 to 12 yards on a play that should have been only good for 5 to 7. So he looks like he's getting into, midseason form, which is what we are looking for from him. I'm excited about what he'll bring to the table because, again, and I talked about this on Rio's show last night, we don't have a lot of guys that have a make you miss, run after the catch ability, okay? A lot of our guys, Terry is included in this, Logan Thomas is included in this, Cole Turner's probably going to be included, John Bates is included in this, like De'Ami Brown is included. These dudes don't make you miss shit, okay? They catch the football, and in the case of a Logan Thomas and a John Bates, they're trying to run you over. In the case of a Terry McLaurin or a De'Ami Brown, they want to run past you. Terry is physical with the football after the catch. You got to come with your lunch pail and your hard hat to get him down. He's not going to just lay down for you, but he ain't making you miss. That's not his thing. Neither is De'Ami. But now with Jahan and Curtis, if those 2 guys are healthy, they have the capability to take a 5-yard pass and turn it into a 35-yard gain. Whereas with Terry, it might go for 12, but it ain't going for 35 because he's not making that safety miss. So he broke off Benjamin St. Juice after the catch, and that's what I want to hear. I want to hear that Curtis is starting to get back. And so today we heard from Ron, Terry, and we heard from Bobby McCain. And Terry was like, yeah, I'm seeing that old Curtis from Ohio State again. He's starting to give me those vibes. So that's what I want to hear. It's good to hear that Curtis is out there getting freaky. And I needed to stay that way. I need him to be that guy all camp long, into the preseason and into the regular season. So that's good to hear. And then Jahan, Terry talked a lot about Jahan and, trying to mentor him, wanting to be a guy that he can lean on. But he's like, this dude is a natural wide receiver. He's very quiet, very, a lot of confidence. He's like, I'm trying to get this dude to smile when he makes a play. Like, it's okay to show emotion. Like, this is an emotional game, but Jahan had a deep ball today that he caught. And he's had a couple in the first 2 days that have been impressive. So, he's telling them, bro, you make a big play, don't be afraid to show a little emotion, man. He's like, dude is like sort of like a robot. He didn't say that, but that's kind of the demeanor. But he's a professional, is what Terry said. He's a professional. And I was waiting for Terry to say, he kind of reminds me of me, because I think that's how a lot of us view Jahan Dotson, is a more polished version of Terry. when Terry got into the league. Remember, Terry was viewed as a special teams demon. He was rough around the edges. Remember the story of Terry even getting a scholarship to Ohio State, and how Urban Meyer told him to go home and catch some footballs, and then come back. And so we know Terry's hands aren't A1 official, but we also, in the same breath, would tell you Terry don't drop shit. You can talk about him cradling the ball, catching it with his chest, this, that, and the third. He don't drop the bitch. That's all I know is, it's not hitting the turf with Terry very often. So you can talk about him not catching it with his hands all the time. That's fine. I don't give a shit how you catch the ball as long as you catch it. And so, but Jahan's hands are natural. Everyone knows that. Everyone can see that. And he's like, yeah, this dude, he's built different. So the Jahan buzz is continuing to, ring loud. And we'll see if that continues throughout camp once the pads go on and things of that nature. So the overarching theme is that day 2 went to the defense. They were the dominant unit. And we'll see when the offense starts to pick it up and start to hold carry their own weight, so to speak, and make this thing a back and forth each and every single day. So I was going to bring up a couple of things with you guys tonight. I think I may save that for another video. We'll see. But I want to get to your comments. So we'll do that now. And I'm reconsidering going to practice. So let me talk about that. I don't know. Somebody might bring it up. I'm gonna just attack it right now. I don't know if you guys saw the post from Nikki Javala, if you follow her, but look, if you consider yourself a serious fan of the team, you should be following all of the known beat reporters, the Nikki Javalas, the John Kimes, the JP Finleys, all of those dudes that cover the team. They all bring different things to the table. Look, you're going to get the same shit over and over again. If Terry makes this statement, you're going to get it from 3 different people, the same shit. That's a part of the process, okay? You got to weed that stuff out. But they're each taking pictures and showing you different angles of practice and giving you different food for thought ideas and items, and they allow you to do the dishes. And one of the food for thought items she put out and just left it there, like, hey, you draw your own inference or conclusion to this, but here's some food for thought. You do the dishes. She took a picture of the fans at camp, and she said, this is the fan turnout. And literally it was like 3 people at practice. Now, my question was, how early was this picture taken? Was this like at the very beginning of practice at 9 o'clock? Was this towards the mid portion of practice? Is this at the end and this is all that's out there? Like, I have questions. Clearly, you're not going to get the answers, but it wasn't a lot of people. And honestly, it doesn't matter if it was early, middle, or late. It wasn't a lot of people out there. And it kind of goes back to the whole poll that said that the Washington Commanders have the most, pessimistic fan base essentially in the league right now. And it got me to thinking, because I've been saying this all along, and people can make excuses. My guy CJ was in there and he was like making an excuse like, hey, it's a Thursday at 9 o'clock. If you got a chance to go to a practice, it's not going to be this one. You got to go to work. You go to one on the weekends. Well, we all know that's not an excuse. Okay. Like the police tell you, ignorance isn't an excuse as to why you broke a law. You better get yourself up to speed on what the laws are here in this great state, Commonwealth state of Virginia. But ignorance isn't an excuse. That's not an excuse as to why people aren't here. If people wanted to be here, they would be here. Trust me. And the only thing I could think of is that Washington has gone out of their way this particular year to do this raffle thing where you have to get tickets, and that's your way of coming to practice. Like, for instance, I don't know if they're stopping people from coming in to the park or whatever if you don't have an actual ticket, that you were awarded. I don't know the process that you have to go through to potentially get into practice. I guess I'll test that theory. I guess I'll test that theory on the 2nd if I decide to go, because I have a ticket for the 2nd of August to be at practice that day. And so maybe I'll go just to see what it's about. I mean, I definitely would be more interested in going if it's going to be that little of people out there, because now I have access to the players, the coaches. I can be yelling. They can hear me. There's no one out there, right? But it speaks to, I think, the more important point that I'm trying to get to is the lack of excitement, the lack of buzz that may be being generated by this team. I thought in my mind, and again, I think my mind and the way that I think may be somewhat warped, because I am in a bubble, so to speak. This bubble that I have created, this community that we've created, it insulates me. So you're excited. Everybody that's here is a diehard. You care, or you wouldn't be here. The fan that says, I'll see y'all next year, they're not here right now. They'll be here the tail end of the preseason, week 1, they'll be here, right? But the fan that says, all right, season's over, I don't care about the draft, I don't care about free agency, none of that, I'll see y'all when the games start, that person's not sitting here right now. They're not in these live streams with us. They may catch one every now and again, but that they're not as invested as we are. We care. And when we can consistently talk to one another and the dialogue back and forth reiterates that we care, it feels like everybody cares because there's this population of us that care. But the real truth of the matter is everyone doesn't care. There are sectors of this fan base, and we've had this discussion already before. There's sectors of this fan base that they're done after the name switched from Redskins to football team. They were done. The minute the name was gone, they were gone. There are sectors of this fan base that have declared, as long as Daniel Snyder is the owner, I'm out. Well, they may be permanently out because Daniel Snyder isn't going anywhere anytime soon, as far as I'm concerned. There are certain sectors of this fan base that said, until this team gives me a reason to cheer and to believe, I'm out. Well, one playoff win in 22 years, never having back-to-back playoff seasons, only having 1 year of back-to-back over 500, that was 15 and 16, having not won more than 10 games since 1991, there's not a lot to cheer about here. So obviously, there's a sector of this fan base that says, you know what, to hell with this shit. And I've said this already. There are so many different things you can do with the 3 hours that you may be wasting on a Sunday in September, October, November, into December that could be utilized in a much more efficient manner than sitting in front of your television only to be disappointed 3 hours and 7 minutes later at 4:07. There's a lot of things you can do. And there have been seasons where when the season was over, I said to myself, thank God I get my Sunday back. Because I would love to turn it off, but mentally I don't have that switch. I want to sometimes, but I can't. I'm too much of a fan. This thing runs through my veins. So I will never chastise someone else for not being able to withstand all of the punishment. Because you know what? Some of us are gluttons for punishment. Some of us are dum-dums. We hang around no matter what. Now, there are lines that I draw, clearly. their lines. I haven't set foot in FedEx Field since 2007, I think. Six. I think it's six. Like I draw clear boundaries. I don't have any purpose to be in the stadium because they haven't given me a reason to feel like I need to be there on a consistent basis. It's a dump of a stadium. Again, it's our dump. Nobody else gets to call it a dump. It's a dump, but it's our dump. Until we get a new dump or we get a new stadium, it's our dump. Again, watch your mouth, wipe your feet when you step in our house. That said, I have no ambitions to be in the stadium. That's why I couldn't complain before, but I'm going to be bitching and complaining now because I'm a season ticket holder now, and I'm going to put asses in seats that are Washington Commander fans. So now, by virtue of that, I can now bitch and complain and say, you know what? We should be ashamed of ourselves for not coming to the games. Couldn't say anything before because I was a part of the problem. I'm no longer a part of the problem. I'm a part of the solution. So now I get to say whatever the hell I want to say. But you know what? The people that decided I'm not coming to the games, I can't blame them. I'm right there with you. Okay? I can't be upset. So I think when I saw that picture, and you know, there were other fans of other teams that came in the conversation and they were posting pictures of other, you know, teams' practices and saying, look, this shit is not a league-wide, you know, epidemic. Okay, don't lump the rest of the league in with your shenanigans. This is the Denver Broncos practice, and it was a line of people outside trying to get in. They got Russell Wilson. They're excited, right? We got Carson Wentz. Maybe we're not as excited, okay? We had Carson. If we had Russell Wilson, maybe we would be lined up outside too. I don't know. Then the New England Patriots had practice, and it was littered. It looked like a normal practice from, you know, 7 years ago where it's just a bunch of people standing out there watching. But I would assume that neither one of those teams made you enter into a raffle for tickets to see if you were eligible to come to practice because of parking issues. I don't know. If practice was being held at Richmond, it wouldn't look like that, right? There would be fans out there. There would be a lot of fans out there, I would assume. But I don't know when that picture was taken. It doesn't matter. There weren't a lot of people. And that makes me think, that makes me feel like when we hit the field week 1, if the Jaguars were a legit NFL outfit with a fan base that traveled, they would probably come in here and take the shit over in the first ever game as the Commanders. They would probably come in this stadium in FedEx and take this shit over. But I don't think they're capable of doing that because they can't even sell out their own venue. It's probably for the best that they are with the week 1 opponent. But guess what? When the Eagles come in week 3, if we still on that same shit, they will come in here. Eagles fans have no shame. They will come in here like they always do and take the bitch over and turn it into a road game for Carson Wentz. So, anyway, I digress. I thought that was an interesting photo. It got me to think about that poll that talks about us being the most pessimistic fan base in the league right now. Again, how many people did they poll? Whatever. It is what it is. But we've been through a lot. We've been through a lot of traumatic experiences as a fan base. And not everyone is mentally stable or tough enough to keep withstanding this punishment and coming back for more. And I don't blame people. Sometimes for your mental sanity, you have to step away and say, I can't do this. Like, I know a lot of people love getting on Burgundy blog and they crush him. Every time he disappears for 6 months at a time and then things start going well and he comes back and he picks right up where he left off. And people are like, no, you don't get to pick right up where you left off at. You left us when shit was at rock bottom. And now you want to show up when we got a 4-game win streak. And he's like, yeah, I get to do that. And he's right. He's a fan. He gets to do that. because sometimes it's just tough. And if you're not obligated to do it, then you just know what? If it's better for your mental health to not do it, then don't. So I just wanted to throw that out there that I'm nervous. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm nervous about what the turnout will be. Because I was all in that comment section. And again, it's a small sample size. I don't want to overreact, right? But I saw a lot of 8 to 10 wins in the comment section of that post of fans thinking, yeah, anybody that thinks we win in more than 10 games is delusional. I'm like, I'm delusional. I'm that guy. Because I think this is an 11-win team. I'm going to continue to push the 12-win narrative, but I think this is an 11-6 type of season right here. But most people are like, nah, this is 8 to 10. That's where y'all fall at. Even the fans, some of the fans are like 8 to 10. And I'm like, am I missing something? Do I have it wrong? I probably do. And everything that they're saying is true. If you've been a fan long enough, then you say, bro, you know better. Like, I'm surprised at you. You know what would really get to me when I was a little kid is when my dad would say, I told you, I'd much rather have a person that I respect, that I care about their opinion. I'd much rather have them be mad at me than disappointed. Okay. Mad is a fleeting emotion. It comes, then it goes. You're mad for 5 minutes. You're okay. You're over it. When you're disappointed, that shit lingers. It's just hanging around. Right. And it would hurt when I was a kid when my dad would say, man, I'm surprised at you when I would do something I wasn't supposed to do. I'm surprised at you. How could you do that? And I don't know why that hurt and made me want to tighten up and do better. But I feel like with the fan base, I feel like they're saying to me right now, I'm surprised at you, Louie T. Why would you think we're going 12-5 or 11-6? Why? What gives you the right? What even gives you the idea that this team is capable of winning north of 10 games? They haven't done it since 1991. What makes you think that something could go right for 17 straight weeks, enough so that you win 11 or 12 games? When have you seen this team avoid the pitfalls that they usually fall into and the traps that they usually fall into? What makes you think that we can get off to a hot start? The last time that this team had a credible record heading into the mid portion of the season where we weren't digging ourselves up out of a hole or already waving the white flag was 2016. Going into the Thanksgiving game against Dallas, we were 6-3. The Cowboys were 8-1. We had just come off of destroying Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers on a Sunday night. We were riding high, one of the best offenses in football. It's not often that we look up in the standings at weeks 9 or 10 and we're 6-2 or 6-3 or 7-2 or 7-3. It's always the inverse of that. We're 2-6. We're 3-6. We need a 3-game win streak just to get back to 500. You're doing all of this work and you're still not over 500. Only to have all of this shit that you've built up crumble right before you, like last year. The year before that, Ron's first year, we were 1-5, and then we were 2-6 before we won. We were 2-7 before we won 4 straight. We got to 6-7 on the season in 2020. Got to 6-7 before losing to Seattle. We were 2-7. And we ran all 4 straight. And we got to 6-7. And I was dreaming of finishing up the season at 9-7. Like, man, who wants to play us if we win, 7 straight to finish up the season? It didn't happen. Luckily enough, we had Philadelphia week 17. Last year, we were 2-6. After starting 2-2, we were 2-6 before winning 4 straight, getting back to 500, but never, ever getting over 500. How about for a change, we start the season off 5-1, 4-2, 5-1, 6-0. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I had this attack of my consciousness when I was doing the schedule with, the Super Friends. And I've got us winning all these games. I had us beating Cowboys in Dallas, which is asinine because when's the last time we done that when Dak Prescott's been healthy? Oh, yeah, never. That's right, never. So I had to realize, bro, when's the last time Washington started a season off 6-0? We don't do that kind of shit, man. If you don't give us that loss in Dallas, are you crazy? Probably going to lose another game or two in there that I didn't want to concede. Tennessee or Green Bay, somebody in there is going to probably jump up and bite our ass. If we're the Washington of old, the same old, the team that's going to win 8 to 10 games as everybody else professes, we'll lose to Detroit or Jacksonville in the first 2 weeks. The signs that this may be different is if we take care of, and again, I don't care what it looks like. I'm not one of those fans. We barely beat Jacksonville 19-17. I don't give a shit if it's 7-6. I just want to win. Obviously, that's not sustainable. Okay, you're not going to win a lot of games scoring 7 points, right? But if that's enough to win that particular game, sign me up. I'm just going to tell you right now, the start to the season will tell me all I need to know about this team. And teams get better as seasons wear on and they gain confidence. And the team that we saw in the first month isn't the same team that we see 2 months later. We see it all the time. But if this season is to be different, we can't lose in the first 2 weeks of the season. Really, we can't lose the first 3 weeks of the season. Our first real threat to lose should be week 4 at Dallas. If you're keeping it a buck, you got to protect the house. You got to win your home divisional games, if nothing else. And you got to beat teams like Jacksonville and Detroit. I'm sorry. And I hate saying that because they're saying, hey, if we want to win 8-9 games, we got to beat teams like Washington. We got to beat teams like Washington. They're saying the same shit that I'm saying right now. But I feel better saying it about a Washington team that the last 2 years have won 7 games. I don't know if either one of those teams, Jacksonville or Detroit, have won 7 games in each of the last 2 seasons. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But I don't think they have. So I feel like in the pantheon of suck, we're higher on the food chain than they are. So I get to look down my nose at them and say, you guys stink. We should beat you. They're like, nah, suck is suck. We're all lumped in together and we feel like we should beat you. Fair enough. At the end of the day, I look at this situation. I look at this team. I look at this fan base. I look at this season and I'm questioning, am I in the wrong? Am I crazy? Look, I believe what I believe. I choose to be positive. That's my prerogative. I just want to know, am I on the wrong side? Should I feel more like, hey, this is an 8 to 10 win team? I'm not changing my mind. I'm rolling with 12. I think the magic number is 11, but I'm pushing the 12 narrative until that's no longer possibility. I just want to know, am I wrong? I don't know. Let's get to the comment section. See what you guys have to say. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Just Andre, writes, you think J-Dot was better than Terry out the draft? Well, I think he's better than Terry when Terry was drafted. Terry's a 3rd round pick. Jahan Dotson was a 1st round pick. If we're going off of technical skill, Jahan Dotson was made for this. You know, Terry McLaurin, I love the fact that he's a self-made, number 1 wide receiver. So there are people that end up earning the title of being a millionaire. And they started from the bottom with nothing. And they didn't get training. There was no mentor. They got it out of the mud. They figured the shit out themselves. They worked their asses off. They made mistakes, but they got better. And they eventually got over the hill. And then they ultimately got to the mountaintop. That's Terry McLaurin. It wasn't pretty for Terry. He didn't have the greatest hands. He wasn't a tremendous route runner. He's not making anybody miss. He worked his ass off diligently to go from being a 3rd round special teams afterthought to the number 1 wide receiver on a team that has dropped the ball and had him playing with 9 different quarterbacks in his first 3 years of his career. Whereas Jahan Dotson, he was made for this. He was mentored. He was put in a position to be a polished wide receiver that garnered a 1st round pick in his respective draft. This is what he does. He's like the guy that grew up with parents that were business savvy, that taught him the ropes at the age of 12. He already knew how to balance a checkbook, knew how to spend money, knew how to have investments. By the time he was 16, by the time he was 18, he was making moves, shaking and moving with the big dogs and the high rollers. And by the time he was 21, he was already rich. It took Terry a while to get to that point because he had to do it himself. Jahan is a trained killer. Trained. Terry's still figuring shit out. But we know he's that dude and he's a dog. We do know that. Same 2 dudes that's on the crew, okay? Both of these dudes are on the crew. One dude, it ain't going to be pretty. It might be a little messy, but he's going to get the job done. The other dude, it's efficient, it's quiet, it's done, okay? 2 holes, 6 inches apart, little to no mess, in and out. Terry, it's a bloodbath. Shit's everywhere. It's a mess. Same finish product, right? Same end result. Okay, the job got done. Just 2 different ways of getting it done. So, let's not go crazy on Jahan just yet. Let's let him prove it first before we start talking crazy about, because he may ultimately be better than Terry. That's possible. You do understand that. He can be better than Terry. That's allowed. But let's make him prove that first. A lot of y'all are going crazy. Let's let the young fella go out and show what he's capable of first before we start saying crazy stuff. And I know that's not what you were saying, but I've heard people say it already. So thank you for the super chat, Just Andre. Trey, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat, Trey. Let's see. Trey, stand up. You are officially the newest member of the MOBB. Y'all know what to do. Show my guy Trey some love. Welcome him with open arms. Let them know what it feels like to be a member of the MOBB. Trey, thank you for your support and welcome to the squad. Glad to have you. All right. Let's see. B. Smitty. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy B. Smitty writes, Trivia, Lou, from 1970 to 1996, 25 games. How many NFC East teams played in a championship game? Mob, stand up, take command, smash the like button. So there's over 540 of you out there, and there's only 100 and some odd likes. That makes 0 sense to me, okay? 0 cents. All right, if you're watching this video and you don't look, you're not obligated. Clearly, you're not obligated to hit the like button. I had a whole discussion about the like button with one of my buddies because I can't understand how you can enjoy content or support somebody, sit there, watch a video, people are begging for you to hit the like button and you still don't hit it. That shit will never make sense to me, but I digress. From 1970 to 1996, how many NFC East teams played in a championship game? I will say, I'm gonna try to go through this in my head. I'm not gonna be able to do it, but I'm gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, or 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm going to say 16. I'm going to go with 16. 25 games. I'm going to say out of the 25, 16 NFC East teams. Out of a possible 50, 16 of them were NFC East teams. All right. Thank you for that, B. Smitty. I can't wait to see what the answer is. Trey, thank you for the super chat once again. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Trey, I'm going to read this comment right here from you, bro. He says, what up, Lou? Longtime supporter. Love your content you put out. Excited for the season. Let's go. As am I, Trey. I'm excited for the season. Maybe I'm too excited. I mean, I think that's the feeling that I'm starting to get is maybe I'm overexcited. Maybe I'm buying in a little too much. And generally, I'm the guy that tries to tell the people that are too excited to calm down. I'm usually the guy that tells you, because Daniel Snyder owns this team, we can't win. We don't have a quarterback, yada, 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 yada. Well, I don't feel that way this year because of some of the things that are lining up for us. But maybe I'm too high on some of the things that I feel like are going in our favor right now. Maybe. All right. Red Wings. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Red Wings 01. My guy, Red Wings, right. DK got his bag, 3 years, $72 million extension. I saw that. I also saw that Jamal Adams broke his hand or hurt his hand, and he's out indefinitely. So I talked about the injury reaper on the podcast that he's about to start making a move. I told him take that shit out west. Looks like he took my advice. I appreciate that. But, I told you it was weird that these guys showed up. I think it puts the pressure on the organization when players show up to camp. Like, it's when you don't show up to camp, you not being there, the lack of your presence being there, it can be felt. But it's easier to be out of sight, out of mind. right? You're not there. Somebody else takes your spot, goes out, and competes. It's a lot harder to sell your team on, hey, we doing everything we can, when I can look over to the field adjacent, see the guy that should be out here practicing with us. There's nothing wrong with him physically. He should be over here with us, but he's not because you haven't paid him yet. And I'm looking at him stretching and doing light jogging and stuff like that on the opposite field. You're like, this is some shit. I think it puts more pressure on the team to get something done, honestly. I wouldn't be shocked if Deebo Samuel ended up getting something done here shortly. So good to see DK get his bread. I want to see if he's worth it. I think this is a big year for a lot of receivers because AJ Brown, I think he's legit. And the run game in Tennessee was awesome. And I thought it opened up a lot of avenues for him. But AJ Brown's that dude. Understand that. Like, Ryan Tannehill is Ryan Tannehill. He's not, Russell Wilson. He's not Aaron Rodgers. He's Ryan Tannehill. So AJ Brown is that dude. I want to see it, though, in Philadelphia, right? I'm dying to see what he does this year. Because if he's on some 726-yard shit, out of my face with the comparisons of him and Terry McLaurin. I don't want to hear the shit, right? DK is another dude in that same draft class that I am eyeballing because, we're staunch Terry supporters and we try to make a case for Terry. And the case that we consistently rest on is, hey, look at what Terry's had to deal with. DK's got Russell Wilson. And even though Ryan Tannehill, at least AJ Brown has had some semblance of consistency. Ryan Tannehill hasn't missed many games. He's out there on a weekly basis. At least there's some continuity. Terry's had none of it. So I want to see what DK does without Russell Wilson. If his numbers, I don't give a shit. I don't want to hear that he had Drew Lock and that he had Geno Smith. I don't want to hear it. Because Terry McLaurin's been playing with every quarterback under the sun. So if he's got 689 yards this year, that's a problem for me. Now, if he goes out and does what elite receivers do and he ends up with 1,322 yards and 11 touchdowns, they still suck ass, but at least he did his thing. Then you can say, okay, DK, worth every penny. He's as advertised. Yeah, he's better than Terry. But we're going to find out this year because there's no more Russ. I am dying to see what that man does. I am dying to see what A.J. Brown does. And I'm dying to see what Terry does with a competent quarterback and weapons around him. I'm dying to see if Terry takes advantage of that. So this is a big year. But DK definitely got his bag today. I definitely saw that as well. Let's see. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Red Wings. Who writes, wish AGG the best. He's a smart guy, so I know he'll be all right with whatever he chooses to do. Shame it didn't work out. I feel the exact same way. Couldn't have said it any better. I think anybody that is a fan should leave it at exactly that. You don't need to chastise him. You don't need to talk about he was this, he was that. That's the statement right there. That's perfect. Doesn't need to be added to it. Wish him nothing but the best. Okay. That's how I feel. Commander, wow. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Commander, Women of Washington. Bet you didn't think I knew that. Writes, hey, Lou, first super, been lurking for too long. Saw IG post, Wentz hit a shot to J. Dot. So I got excited. I'm ready for this 12-5 season. Hashtag let's go Commanders. You sound like me. You're a little bit of a lurker. I'm a lurker too. It always feels good when you come from behind the shadows, though. Hopefully this isn't the last time we speak. It's always good to hear from people who have been watching for a long time, but haven't, we haven't crossed paths, haven't talked and spoken. So it's good to hear from you. And I talked about that shot he hit to J-Dot down the field. And they were talking about that during the presser. And there's this buzz that, again, he's created that's surrounding him right now. And it's leading people to say crazy things like he's better than Terry already. And I'm like, did this guy play in a regular season game yet or what? No. If you want to say his hands are better than Terry's, you'll get no pushback. I don't think you'll get a single pushback from the staunchest Terry McLaurin fan. You won't get pushback. All right. But as I've mentioned already, and I said this already, you can say what you want about Terry's hands. He don't drop shit. Okay. Now, every now and again, with the greats, you get a drop. Larry Fitzgerald every now and again dropped the pass. He didn't have it very often. That's kind of how I feel with Terry. I remember he had a drop, and this is how few of them he's had. I can remember a drop. Okay. And it wasn't a big one. Like a lot of people bring up the DeAndre Carter drop versus down. That was a huge drop. That changed everything, right? I'm talking about a minuscule drop on the road in 2020 versus Detroit. Okay. In the second quarter. Like, that's how few of them there are that I can pinpoint like one of two drops he's had in, and I'm being facetious. He's had more drops than that, more likely than that. But there aren't many. And he was pissed. Terry was pissed. Remember, he fumbled in that game. Terry was pissed. He did not have a great first half. But they turned it around. Anyway. Thank you for that super chat. That connection, and Terry, one of the things he spoke to during his presser was that Carson's going to give them chances down the field. They really like the fact that he's going to help open this offense up, and they're going to be able to stretch the football field vertically, something they really haven't been able to do going all the way back to Alex Smith. Once Kirk left the building, the vertical passing game left with him, and so we weren't stretching the football field vertically with Alex Smith. We weren't stretching the football field vertically with Case Keenum. We weren't stretching the football field vertically with Dwayne Haskins. We weren't stretching the football field vertically with Kyle Allen or Taylor Heineke or any of these guys that have had an opportunity. We thought we were going to do that with Ryan Fitzpatrick. We got all the 13 snaps, and so that didn't happen either. So Carson Wentz is going to give us an opportunity to stretch the football field vertically. So it was a nice hit down the field for sure. Thank you for that super chat. And I look forward to talking to you in the future, Commander. Wow. Warren Jackson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Warren Jackson, writes, Ron's plan. You know what it is, man. I ain't got to tell you. You know what it is, right? He says, I'm all in, man. Let me climb in the back and ride with y'all. Spread it out. Let Wentz go no huddle. Hurry up some. I'd like to see us change tempos. That's a really good point, Warren. I think that's something that we don't do enough of. I feel like we play some really good ball. We put J.D. McKissick on the field, spread teams out, and go for that 2-minute warning. I feel like we have a lot of success in those situations. Why do we have to wait till 2-minute warning to do that? Why can't we, 8 minutes and 17 seconds left in the first quarter, our second possession of the game, and we just decide, you know what? Let's go up tempo right now. Okay. Why not? Why can't we do that? Why don't we do that? I'd like to see us do that a little bit more. Every now and again, just to keep teams on their heels. Sean McVay does this thing where he will hurry up, but he won't actually snap the ball. So they'll get an 8-yard completion. They'll hurry up, run the ball to the official. They'll get up on the line up, force that team to line up, not be able to make any substitutions. And now you get to the line and you start making checks. All right. Hey, you do this, you do that. And even though you still took the same amount of time you would have taken if you huddled up, maybe slightly less, it still keeps that defense on the field. It keeps them from getting into an exotic look. They got to play something base, standard cover 3, cover 2, cover 4, something like that. I don't understand why we don't do more of that. I'd like to see us do a little bit more of that too, Warren. I agree. Thank you for that super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Let's see. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Red Wings 01 writes, we drafted 13 receivers from 2010 to 2020. Only 2 were truly successful. The rest gave us 1 to 2 modest years and couldn't even hit the field. That needs to change. I mean, you could probably go through a lot of positions and say the same thing. We haven't done a great job. Remember, I used to talk about just the second round picks by themselves over the years and how destructive that is to roster building. When you aren't hitting, consistently missing on your second round pick, you know how devastating that is to roster building. I think you could say that about just about every position that we've drafted, quarterback included. You know, we may not have taken as many as receiver, but every quarterback that we've taken in that stretch, sans for Kirk Cousins, wasn't successful in that same, period of time. You could probably say the same thing about safety. We've taken a number of safeties. Jahan Dotson. Remember him? Remember Moore? We took a number of safeties. It sucks that the Virginia Tech safety got injured in his, I want to say at the end of his rookie season, week 17 against Dallas back in 2015, right? But we haven't had a lot of success there. I'd venture to say that Cam Curl might be it in terms of success. Monte Nicholson, like you said, 1 to 2 years of solid ball, and that was it. So I mean, that's part of the reason we're in the predicament that we're in, having not had back-to-back, winning seasons, but one time in the last 30 years, having, not gone back to the playoffs in back-to-back years since 91, 92, having only one playoff victory in the last 22 years. I mean, I think all of that kind of speaks to the lack of success from a roster building standpoint. We don't have a quarterback, but even teams without a quarterback, a consistent winner at quarterback, has a lightning in the bottle year. Like, again, I keep bringing up Jacksonville because they're the poster child for this, but they're Blake effing Bortles at quarterback. But you know what they used to do in Jacksonville, and they still do to this day? They draft their asses off. Now, those players might not fully blossom in Jacksonville. They may ultimately go somewhere else because that's how Jacksonville is consistently able to go out here and sign free agents. You want to know how Jacksonville's got money every year? Because they trading away dudes that are looking to get paid. Every time you look up one of these guys that we think are studs, they end up having to get it somewhere else. It doesn't work in Jacksonville for whatever reason. But yeah, I mean, receiver, I think you could say that about running back, Evan Royster. Alfred Morris had a nice little run here, but you probably could say the same thing about running back. Roy Halou. I don't know if he was 2010 or not. He might have been. Yeah, damn right he was 2010. No, he wasn't, because he was on the team with John Beck. And Beck was the 2011 season. McNabb was 2010. And Beck Grossman was 2011. And then we got Robert Griffin III in 2012. So Roy Halou had to predate them. So I'd like to think he was before 2010. But you get where I'm going with this. That's, I think, across the board, that I think is something you could probably say about almost every position, that we haven't drafted well. Thank you for that super chat. Let's see. Groundhog 7. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Groundhog 7 writes, this young team seems to be made up of more maturity than any team in recent memory. I expect a highly functional, gelling playoff team. Ron's plan. I feel like there are a lot of guys who can articulate, to your point, are very mature, but there are going to be some guys that are immature on the roster. And I feel like the voices of the mature guys have to drown out the guys that aren't mature. And I don't think there are a lot of those guys on the roster, to be honest with you. And I think that's really the mark of Ron Rivera and what he's tried to instill on this, roster, and what he's tried to do in bringing some of these guys. I mean, look at a lot of the draft picks that they made. Again, my biggest point about our draft this past year was these are high floor, not necessarily the highest ceiling guys, but the floor is high, right? And my point was they're ready to play right now. These are plug and play college football players with lots of experience that can come in and help your team win now, because that's the mindset Ron Rivera has. Some teams, last year, we took Jamin Davis in the first round. That's not a guy that's ready to help you right away. That's hey, this guy's got an abundance of talent, may not be ready to necessarily display all of it in his rookie season, but with the proper coaching and seasoning, this guy could be a force 2-3 years down the road. That's not what you want to hear from your first round pick. But, that's kind of I think the mindset that they might have had. They were hoping that Jamin Davis could come in and open some eyes right away, but they know the talent is there regardless. And they're going to continue to work with him because they know what the guy could be capable of. But this year, they weren't in a position to do that. Like, this wasn't the year to be having a Jamin Davis in the first or second round. We need all of our guys that we draft in the first 4 or 5 rounds of what we think is a very deep draft class. We need these guys to step in and play football for us right away and help contribute. And that's what they did in Jahan Dotson and Fedarian Mathis and Brian Robinson and Percy Butler and Cole Turner. Right away, that's 5 guys that they feel like can come in here and help contribute right away. So that speaks to the maturity of the team. Guys that can come in here, pick it up quickly, and can contribute when their number is called. And I think the more continuity that you have, and again, a lot was made of the lack of movement by Washington this offseason. Wasn't a lot of outside signees, wasn't a lot of trades and things of that nature. We really didn't do that much other than trade for Carson Wentz, sign F.A. Obata, bring back a lot of our guys, and then draft. There wasn't a lot of moves made by Washington. But what that may also speak to is that we're now getting to the point where we got guys that have been here. They know the system. There's no more excuses. There was no late offseason Bobby McCain addition to the team and a guy that is in his first year in Jack Del Rio's system. There was no first year Charles Leno Jr. added in April or May. And now he's added into the mix. And there's this, bit of a period that you have where guys have to gel and mesh. All of these dudes are back from a year ago. Sprinkle in a guy here or there. But Derek Forrest, if he's getting playing time, he was here last year. He knows the system, okay? A guy like Cam Curl, this is year 3 for him in Jack Del Rio's system. A guy like Kendall Fuller, this is year 3 in Jack Del Rio's system. A guy like Bobby McCain, this is year 2 for him. William Jackson III, this is year 2 for him. Benjamin St. Juste, this is year 2 for him. So there's no longer the crutch of, oh, I'm still learning. I'm still trying to figure out what the guy next to me is doing. Y'all have a working relationship now. Y'all know the playbook. You don't have to think. When you hear the call, you don't have to think, what's my responsibility? Now it's about, okay, this is the look they're giving us. Here's the call that we have. How do we make the adjustments so that we can defend the look that we're getting? Now that's next level shit when you're on defense. So we're past the infant stages now. Now it's time to start doing the things that the better defenses around the league do. So I can see all of those things being reasons why this team is ready to take that next step. I think offensively, there are more, guys to kind of fit in to get to gel and mesh, especially, the offensive line. You got, 2 new pieces there. Chase Roullier, that's something else I need to bring up. Chase Roullier today was removed from the PUP list. So Ron said he was a lot closer than the rest of those guys. I didn't think he meant this close. So now he's ready to resume, full football activities. We'll see how quickly they bring him along. They may continue to just, move him along at a leisurely pace to not rush him back. But that's great news. That solidifies the offensive line. And now they can start getting those meaningful reps in camp of the 5 guys that we're hoping will play the vast majority, if not all, of the upcoming season together. So that's big news there as well. So I'm with you, Groundhog 7. I think this is a very mature team. I think some of the immaturity of last year helped to create and spawn an environment that allowed this team to grow and mature. So it's a highly functional, gelling, I think, ultimately a playoff team. And I hope you're right. Cheers to that. Ron's plan. You know what it is. Thank you for that super chat. All right. Got a super chat here from Take Command for Life. Thank you for that super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I'm excited for our rooks. He says, I want to see Jahan Wick. So I'm excited for the rookies as well, but I'm more excited for the second year guys. I'm more excited to see their growth because rookies are cool, but they're rookies. At the end of the day, I don't like putting too much expectations on rookies. It's a lot. You're going from a high level of football in college to the highest level of football, where everybody's good. There are no off weeks. In college, you're going to get a couple of weeks out of your schedule where you're going to play sorry teams that you're going to just stomp a mud hole in. All right. There are teams in the league that suck, but even those teams have talented football players, right? So for rookies, the game speeds up. You got to get them to slow it down. Their heart rate starts to intensify. De'Ami Brown talked about how he was just a nervous wreck for a lot of last season. He just couldn't get right at times. And so there's different, and everybody's different. There are a lot of moving parts. What's my responsibility on this play? What do I have to do? There's a lot of, just trying to figure things out on the fly. You're taking a master class, but you're trying to execute while you're learning at the same time. It's tough. The second year dudes went through that already, and now they're ready to show you what they've learned, and now they're ready to get comfortable. And so I'm more excited to see, year 2 of Jamin Davis. I'm excited to see year 2 of Sam Cosmi. I'm excited to see year 2 of De'Ami Brown. I'm excited to see Juice out there in year 2. I'm excited to see John Bates in year 2. Derek Force, again, is one of the names that just keeps resonating as a guy that's getting more and more opportunities that they're excited about. I want to see, because I was a Derek Force detractor. I said, he's going to be a core special teamer. I don't see him providing much else. Okay. If there's one position that I constantly get wrong, it's safety. Okay. Because you don't know what guys are being taught to do now. I can clearly see a guy running past the play, taking a poor angle. That's clear to see. But you don't know what the responsibility is of a linebacker or a safety in the particular scheme that they're playing. That's what makes it tough. It's easy to evaluate a receiver. His job is to get open. You can see the route concept. You can see the route he's supposed to be running. You can see him breaking a dude off. You can see him catching it with his hands. Does he have spatial awareness to know There's a zone. I need to sit down. There's out of bounds. I need to get my feet down. You can see all of those things. There's no gray area there. There's plenty of gray area when you're talking about safeties and linebackers and what their responsibility is and what the coach is coaching them to do and how they're being coached. Corners, same thing. Some guys are taught to not look back for the football, to play the receiver. As he puts his hands up, you then rake down. And I chastise receivers. You got to look back for the football. You got to find it. Well, if your coach is teaching you, guys got to step, don't worry about looking back for the football. As he looks for the football and he plays the ball, you play him. You don't know what he's being taught. So I want to see the second-year dudes. I want to see what their maturation looks like. I'm more excited to see them than I am the rookies. Don't get it twisted. I'm dying to see Jahan Dotson out there and seeing what J-Dot can bring to this offense, because I think he can bring a ton to this offense. I'm dying to see what Brian Robinson, brings in the form of physicality, running in between the tackles. I'm dying to see if Fedarian Mathis is a quality backup or is he a legit starter? Should we not bring back, Daron Payne or something along those lines? I'm dying to see what Percy Butler is, but make no mistake about it. If those guys don't play as well this year, I'm not going to be tripping. Those second-year dudes, if they don't play well this year, now I'm starting to question, did we get this pick wrong? Now that is specifically for a guy like Jamin Davis, because year one was a bit disappointing. It was skittish. It wasn't as disappointing as some of you make it out to be, but it was skittish. It wasn't consistent. That is for sure. There were, moments where he looked like a first round pick, and there were moments where he looked completely lost. Sam Cosmi looked legit last year. Benjamin St. Juice looked legit last year. Okay. We saw flashes from John Bates last season. These guys all, I thought, performed well enough to where, in relation to where they were selected. So I want to see, what these guys do for, whether it's an encore or what adjustments have been made to be much better than you were in your rookie season. Thank you for the super chat. Take command for life. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, it's Jahan Solo, jersey number 1, Uno Solo. Whatever you want to call him, he's J-Dot for me. That's what I'm going to run with. Y'all can call him whatever. And then if there's a name that sticks out above the rest, like, for instance, man, I forgot that quick. Oh, they call, I don't know why they call him this, and I'm pretty sure they have a reason, but they call Christian Holmes Sip. I don't know why, but Bobby McCain was like, he talked about the young guys and how they're progressing. And he's like, yeah, Sip. He ran off 3 names, and then he was like, Sips, a guy that's playing well. Or he said, or Christian Holmes, as y'all call him, So I don't know what his nickname will be. We'll find out what they call him. And if we think it's a satisfactory name, we'll run with it. If not, if it's trash, I'm going to just keep calling. Some people don't like Gibby. A lot of people call Antonio Gibson AG. That's fine. I don't want to call him AG. I like Gibby better. I'm calling him Gibby. That's my nickname for him. You don't have to call him that. I've had people say, that's a soft name. That's a girly name. That's fine. You don't have to call him that. But I'm going to keep calling him. Now, if Antonio Gibson said to me, hey, bro, don't call me Gibby. Okay, I will call you Gibby. But until that happens, he's Gibby. All right? So, AG's cool. But I'm going to go with J-Dot. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Dotson, get them dots, son. I used to do that a lot. I used to do it all the time with Rex Grossman. I used to always say, hey, Rex is gross, man. So that was a early 2000s thing. I don't do those things anymore. 16 double doc. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Shout out to your wife who writes, Lou, we need you at practice to give us a better picture of the tight end group, the fourth defensive tackle, the fifth cornerback and linebacker, the sixth wide receiver battles. You have a keen eye. And that's part of the reason why I want to go out there. But at the same time, I'm like, it's hot. I don't really want to be around a lot of people. Like, I'm an extrovert, but since COVID hit, I've been a lot more introverted. You know, I don't really like being around a lot of people. I try to stay distanced, you know, so it's got to be a significant reason why I leave the house. Because what I realized when I got COVID the first time is that your actions, if it's just me, fine, it's just me. But when your actions impact others, you got to start thinking in that frame of mind. So when I got COVID, literally, I got it 2 weeks after the twins were born. I left my wife to fend for herself, watching the twins getting absolutely zero sleep 24 hours around the clock because I couldn't help her. The kids couldn't be exposed to COVID at that stage of their lives. They were 2 weeks old. Anything like that could have been, you know, extremely detrimental to their health and to their lives for that matter. So my wife had to, you know, brave it by herself. I felt so bad about that. I mean, terrible. And I looked at her and she was a wreck. And so when you think about things like that, it puts everything in its proper perspective. And I've kind of been more of a recluse. I mean, I get out here and there. I'm not going to act like I'm always in the house, but I tell you guys all the time when I'm leaving and I'm not going to be in the office, a lot of times I'm just going to somebody else's house that I trust, not like actually out in these streets. So I'm still a little paranoid. And now with all this other bullshit, monkeypox and all kinds of bullshit, it just makes it, you know, that much harder to feel confident just going out and, you know, doing shit. But I think I'm gonna hit one of these practices, man. I think I'm gonna get out there and see what the hell's going on my damn self. No better eye than your own eye, right? So I think I might actually do that, but we'll see. I don't want to make any promises. Condoleezza Perry, my girl Condo P. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, shout out to my fellow queens at Valerie Foster. What up, Valerie? At Queen Sheen. What up, Queen Sheen? At Commander Wow. We talked already tonight. Hopefully we talk more in the future. At Cherish Me 202. What's up, Cherish Me? At J Mitch 913. What's up, J Mitch? And or Mish. Might be like Michelle. For repping the ladies tonight. So Condo P holding it down and making sure all of the wows, the women of Washington, are getting their just due tonight. So shout out to all the beautiful women out there that support the Washington Commanders and are supporting this stream tonight and are supporters of the Louie T Network. I can't begin to express my gratitude to each and every single one of you. I love when women love sports. I think that is so attractive. There's nothing wrong with having a significant other that has no interest whatsoever in sports. That's not a deal breaker for me. But I just think that is so, I think it's great when you could talk ball with somebody. That shit is dope to me. To each its own. Shout out to those ladies. Shout out to Condo P as well. Got another super chat here. This one is from Take Command for Life. Again, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, can't wait to wipe Alex's smile off his face week 3. I mean, this is the thing. And Alex isn't going to run. I won't be shocked if I don't hear from Alex immediately after the game. If I do, he might be complaining about what they did or didn't do, but which is what we do as fans when we lose a game, we think we should win. But I don't worry about Alex. Okay, Alex will be here. I worry about all the rest of the chump ass Eagle fans that talk shit. And there's some new ones around that I want to see if they're gonna be around that have been talking shit. Kivo, is in a lot of these chats talking trash. I want to see if he'll be around after they take the L in week 3. Obviously, my guy, I forget his name. I can't believe I forgot his name. He actually was over on Rio's stream last night too, talking about he made me cry on. I'm like, what is this guy talking about? What is he talking about? But I know he betted with several of you guys, I think. I want to see if he's going to pay up and if he'll be around after week 3. It'll be a lot of inventory taking. All right. And a lot of ducking and dodging and snaking from these Eagle fans. I bet you. Let them win in week 10, though. They'll come out of the woodwork. Same dudes that have been in the witness protection program for the last 7 weeks. Ain't heard a peep out of them. They'll be out of the woodworks week 10 if they beat us on a Monday night. Oh, my God. That stream after that game, if they win, it's going to be lit with Eagle fans. I just want to know, where was that energy at after week 3? I am not conceding a damn thing to the Eagles. I know we winning in week 3. The question is, can we get the sweep? The first 9 weeks of the season will help me determine whether we're capable of going into what is going to be a jungle in week 10 on a Monday night. It is going to be a jungle. Them in the first 9 weeks of the season will tell me if they're capable and ready to go into that type of environment and win. 16 Devil Doc, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. 16 Devil Doc, who writes, I keep seeing 4 tight ends to start the season. I don't think we're in a position to keep 4. Like, being that Logan Thomas is injured, I think you're good with just 3. Really, I don't think you keep 4 when there's this like log jam and you're like, I don't want to cut this dude and run the risk of losing him. We're not in that position. TE3 without Logan Thomas means you're keeping a guy that wouldn't have made this team more likely than not had Logan Thomas been healthy, and you'd be able to stash him away on the practice squad if you so choose. So I can't see them keeping a 4th tight end. They'd keep a 4th running back before they kept a 4th tight end, and I don't see them keeping 4 running backs either. Luck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Luck writes, I'll tell you what you need this season. Fans packed in the stadium going crazy. They feed off our energy. If we're going nuts, then they go nuts. Y'all grab them tickets and let's mother effing go. While that's all facts, actual factuals, you have to give fans a reason to believe and cheer. You have to give them a reason to show up. They haven't consistently given fans enough of a reason to keep showing up. And I think so you look around the league and there are fan bases where they've been, losing for quite a while, but they're still rabid fan bases, is because their ownership hasn't been as terrible, right? Like, if you're a lovable loser, you're just thinking it's bad luck. We need to be better, this, that, and the third. But when you have the track record that Daniel Snyder has, and he's still doing the same shit that he's been doing, it feels like something you can't get behind. It makes it so much easier to just disassociate yourself and detach yourself from the team. And now that the name doesn't exist, it makes it even easier to detach yourself if you were one of those fans that felt like this name is the identity, and you take that, you strip that away, what is left? So, Luck, it sounds good. We all want that. But in order to get that, we know this for a fact. This isn't a chicken or the egg complex here. All right. There's no complexity to this issue. You won't get asses in seats until there's winning and feats. Okay, let me say that again. You won't get asses in seats until there's winning and feats. Meaning, it's not going to be the other way around, that the fans come, support, and that helps generate wins. No, this isn't a chicken or the egg, which comes first. We know exactly which one comes first. The winning must come first, and then asses in seats come after. And we've seen that here in Washington over some of the last, decade, 15 years. You win, they'll show up. The end of that 2012 season, that stadium was rocking. Okay? The 2015 playoff game, early in that game when we should have been up, 16-0, instead we were up 11-0, that stadium was rocking. Now, Packers fans traveled, like Steelers fans and Cowboys, they traveled. 49ers fans, they traveled. So that there were Packers fans there, but it was loud at FedEx. I would have been very interested to see what the turnout would have been in 2020 for that playoff game against Brady. Just because it's Brady, I think fans would have shown up. We'll never know. But to me, Ron can, try and galvanize this fan base, ask them to leave the past in the past, beg them to come to the games. He's not going to do that. He's going to continue to ask that the media and the fans leave the past in the past. It's falling on deaf ears. He might as well save his breath, because if you've been a fan of this team, it's impossible for you to leave the past in the past. Easier said than done. If a fan can do that, bless his heart, bless her heart, more power to you. But if you've been here long enough, there's no way you can leave the past in the past. It's a part of who we are. Why we feel the way we feel is because of past transgressions. So we can't just bury that. However, if you win and you win big, they will come. Trust me. Everyone likes a winner. Nobody likes a loser. You win and you win big. Let Washington be, 7-2. Heading into that Philadelphia. Matter of fact, let Washington be 6-2, 7-1, heading into that Week 9 game against the Vikings. Kirk Cousins coming back to town. Oh my gosh, that place will be jam-packed to boo the draws off of Kirk Cousins. I'd venture to say that 3 weeks later, when we play the Giants for the first time, it's going to be jam-packed with Washington fans if you're 9-4 at that 9-3 at that point, 8-4. Giants fans won't come in here and take over the stadium like they normally do. Eagles fans, same thing. But you got to win first. There won't be enough equity built up if we start 2-0 for that Philadelphia game in Week 3. So the Eagles fans are going to be able to come in the stadium and take it over and make it feel like a pseudo road game. They'll be able to do that because it's Week 3. And even the most negative fan who wants to believe is going to say, oh, that was Jacksonville and Detroit. That we were supposed to do that. So you're not even going to get credit for those first two if you win them. You want to start really changing the narrative. Beat Philly, beat Dallas. Did we just go to Dallas and beat Dak Prescott? Something we've never, ever done? Are we 4-0? When's the last time we were 4? This is the first time we've been 4-0 since fill in the blank. It's a long time. Whatever that blank is. You know, whether it's 1996, whether it's 1991, it's a long time. Whenever the last time we started 4-0, it's a long time. It's the 1990s. It's 90 something. Okay. That's what I'm trying to do. And that's how you get asses in seats. But it won't come before winning in feats. Thank you, Luck, for that super chat. I got another super chat here from Take Command for Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Take Command for Life writes, as Luck just said, buy them tickets. Let's effing go. Like I said, I've done my part. I felt like I was on the bench for far too long. I felt some type of way, but again, I like to run my mouth. Y'all know that. You know, I want to be able to bitch and complain about not having enough fans in attendance. You know, I always would say, you know, that's a damn shame, but I can't say nothing because I'm a part of the problem. Well, I'm no longer a part of the problem. All right. I could have just bought one season ticket. I bought two of them sons of a bitches. All right. So I'm putting two asses in seats that weren't there before. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm doing my part now. And now I want to see others step up. But I can't demand that of others just because I finally decided to step up. If they win games, they will come. That's how I feel. And that's as a wise man would say, that's just the, you know, that's just the truth of that's the nature of the truth. That's just the truth of the matter, right? That's just the truth of the matter. Is if you win, they will come. Thank you for the super chat. Take Command for Life, who also has another super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Take Command for Life, who writes, also shout out to my man Kivo. Can't wait to watch your team get swept by two teams in the division this year with your goofy quarterback. Kivo is a guy that I've mentioned already, is a guy that I'm still feeling Kivo out, you know, and Kivo might have been here for a while, but I'm just seeing Kivo. I'm feeling him out. I want to see what he's about because I know a lot of fans who talk infinite amounts of trash only to disappear into thin air. Witness protection program when their team doesn't get it done. You know where to find me. Win, lose, or draw. I talk so much trash during the Super Friends stream right before the 5-game stretch against NFC East opponents. I couldn't run from that. You know, we got our asses handed to us several times in that 5-game stretch. I couldn't run from that. And I'm not looking to. You know where to find me. But it's a lot of them that you can't find. And you won't. All right. Let's see. Got another super chat. This one is from Big Money Sonny. My guy, Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, it's all because top 5 is in the house. All the receivers can excel. Can you talk about the O-line situation? Mega is mad nervous about it. I mean, to me, there is no situation. I just told you that our pivot man was activated from the PUP list today in Chase Roulier. So that strengthens and fortifies the offensive line. Obviously, you got 2 new guards, but I'd be more nervous about Andrew Norwell and Trey Turner if they didn't have previous experience with Ron Rivera and John Masco as the offensive line coach. But being that they've worked with those guys, and not only did they work with those guys, but those guys had their best seasons of their careers under John Masco, that I just feel really good about both of those guys coming in. They seem, especially Trey Turner. I don't know Andrew Norwell. Only heard him speak the one time when he first got here, but I've heard Trey Turner speak several times, and he seems like a down-to-earth guy that's just going to fit in with that room, just like that. And I think fans and players alike will gravitate towards his personality. So I just think that these guys, I get it. Trey Turner's last 2 stops weren't great in Los Angeles with the Chargers and in Pittsburgh, but he wasn't being coached by John Masco. So I tend to defer to Masco, and if he thinks, hey, these guys can still play and I can get the most out of them, I'm on board. Again, the depth on the offensive line, I think, is one of the deepest positions we have, and one of the few areas of the team where I don't have many concerns. I know Charles Leno Jr. isn't the best left tackle in football, but he's far from the worst. He's very adequate. He gets the job done. And I thought Sam Cosmi at times last year was dominant at right tackle. So as far as I'm concerned, the offensive line is in good shape. One of the most underrated signings of the offseason was bringing back Cole Luke, because had he gone out, gotten some solid money from someone and left us, we would have been in a bind, because we would not have had that swing tackle, that guy that we trust to play both left or right in a pinch. Now that Cole Luke is back, I feel confident that even if somebody goes down at tackle, we got a very formidable replacement, guy that we trust, that we've seen get the job done. So I just feel like the offensive line is in a good spot. I don't really know why anyone would be concerned, other than, oh, we've never seen these guys in a Washington Commanders uniform. And, you know, the returns, the reviews on these guys weren't great at their last stop, but their last stop wasn't with John Masco. So that's kind of how I feel about that. All right. Let's see. Cesar B. Stand up. You are officially the newest member of the MOBB. Cesar B. My guy. Thank you for the support. And Mob, you know what to do. Cesar is looking for some love, so bless him. And look forward to chopping it up with you in the future. Cesar, welcome to the squad. Glad to have you. Let's see. All right. Let's see. All right. Here go another super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Metaphor. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Metaphor writes, Lou, for 2022, why not us? Why not now? Yes, us now. I mean, that's how I feel. I did have a moment of self-doubt when I'm, and again, social media is not the place to be getting information, confidence, or having your confidence be shaken. That social media is not the place for that. I mean, if you're fragile, you could be in some trouble on social media, because it's nothing but trolls there. I mean, it's a sea of trolls. So you can't have your confidence shaken if you're not super confident in who you are and your abilities and what you're capable of. But for a second, I had to ask, am I doing too much? I mean, I wasn't changing my stance. 12-5 is where I'm at. I've already given you the reasons why. I always just try, while I'm telling you why I think we're going to be what we are, I'm also giving you the other side. Like, hey, while we can be 12-5, we could easily be 9-8. Here's why. Okay. So there is a spectrum there. There are only a few teams in the league that you can look right into, straight into the eyes. And if they've got their starting quarterback, there's no way that there's a spectrum, right? Like, I look at Buffalo, and as long as Josh Allen is healthy and they've got enough weapons, they're not going to veer too far away from 11, 12 wins, right? I don't see a scenario in which Buffalo ends up 9-8. You see what I'm saying? And there are certain teams in the league that you just look at and say, okay, we're not one of those teams. It could be, 12, which for most people is like, bro, you can't go to 12. You haven't seen 12 in 3 decades. You can't do that. You don't get to go to 12. 10 is the cutoff for you. 10, or it could be 7. Or as most people are saying, 8. I'm not subscribing to that. Why does it have to be 10? Because we haven't done it in, 30 years. Anything north of 10. That doesn't mean it can't happen this year. Why not? And you can give me the reasons why not. And a lot of them are definitely plausible. But I'm going to give you all the reasons why it is plausible and why I'm going with 12-5, 11-6. So, yeah, why not us? Why not now? I'm all about it. I'm all about it. All right. Let's see. All right. Some of these comments are crazy. Thank you for the super chat, Spence Calise. Greatly appreciate you. Spence writes, Louie, how many games into the season do we give Chase Young until we begin to worry, even if we are winning? In terms of what? Are you talking about in terms of him not playing or not playing well? Because Chase Young will not be ready for the start of the regular season, as far as I'm concerned. And not just for the start of the regular season. I think he's going to start the season on the PUP list. I think he's going to miss the first 6 weeks of the season minimum. And then we may get Chase Young come week, 7 or so. Are you referring to how many games before we get worried that he's not already back? Or how many games do we give him of, little to no production before we start to think, hey, is this guy really any good? I need clarification on that. But this year is a weird year for me with Chase Young because of the fact that he's coming off of an ACL. And, it was funny. I saw some people in the comment section of the Ron Rivera presser. I'm a lurker, so I'm reading the comments live as the press conference is taking place. And somebody's like, Chris Godwin tore his ACL in week 14, and he's going to be back. And I'm like, and Chase Young isn't. What's up with that? And I'm like, I get it, but we can't compare two different dudes. They can have the exact same injury, but their bodies are not the same. They don't respond the same way, and so you can't expect one guy and how he heals to be universal across the board. Adrian Peterson was like a superhuman. He was like Wolverine. He could just heal himself. It felt like. He was back in no time and rushed for 2,000 yards the season after he tore his ACL right on the FedEx Field turf. We saw it happen. And the man came back in 2012 after tearing his ACL in 2011 and rushed for 2,000 yards and drug a Vikings roster that was comical to the playoffs. But not everybody's built that way. So, and if you've never really been injured, and I don't think Chase Young has ever had a serious injury like this before, your best bet is to take it slow. You just want to make sure everything is right. You don't want to rush back and then either, re-aggravate something, or because you're overcompensating, now something else gets injured. So, Logan Thomas's injury was sustained later than Chase Young's, and Logan may be back before Chase. It's just how this thing works. And also, you also have to keep in mind the kind of athletes we're talking about. Guys that have to, stop and go, cut, turn, pivot, redirect, which is what being a defensive lineman is all about. It's a lot of stop and start. There's a lot of redirecting. There's a lot of explosive twitch, short bursts from here to there, boom, bang. You really want to make sure that knee's intact because it's going to get a lot of wear and tear. Whereas Logan Thomas, it's not a lot of twitchiness. It's not a lot of stop and go start. It's, from point A to point B, so it's a little bit different. Playing certain positions that you play will allow you to come back faster than others. But I just think it's a personal thing. Everyone heals at a different rate, period, end of discussion. But I don't know which one you're referring to, whether he is playing and not playing well or how long he takes to come back. Oh, man. Let's see. What are y'all talking about in this comment section? Y'all got a lot of foolishness going on. I just know y'all on 10 tonight. Facts American. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Facts American writes, please explain to everyone what the difference is between having natural hands, i.e. Jahan, and not being a natural hands catcher. Terry, thanks. I think I've talked about this. I even think I mentioned it tonight, but it's really simple. Jahan is a natural hands catcher. That means he catches the ball seamlessly without even having to think about it. There's some guys that have to concentrate to catch the football. And we talk about concentration drops, not looking it all the way in. Terry was talking about, looking the ball all the way in. And you should do that, right? No matter how good your hands are, you should look the ball all the way in. But when you've got confident hands, you snatch the ball out of the air. It looks different. I could remember that when I was coming up playing football, you could tell the dudes who couldn't really catch with their hands because they would jump in the air for passes that they didn't need to jump in the air for, just because they didn't trust their hands to just reach up and pluck the football and keep running. So instead, they would jump in the air so they could get their chest up there and corral the football. And that would tell you all you needed to know. If you trust your hands, if you've got natural hands, that ball's a little bit elevated, but you don't have to leave your feet. You're not going to. You're just going to reach up, grab it, and keep it pushing. And so, guys with natural hands, it's second nature to them. They don't think about it. It's smooth. It's easy. It's boom. They don't think about pinkies down. If the ball is lower than your belly button, they're not talking about thumbs together. You know what I mean? It's just, they got it. Hands, boom, corral, move. And when you catch it with your body, you're not as confident in your hands. But guess what? A catch is a catch is a catch. As long as you catch the football, no one's going to really be worried about how you get it done as long as you get it done. Where it becomes a problem is if you're jumping in the air for a pass you don't need to, and now there's no run after the catch because you left your feet, and now a defender is able to come and grab you and stop you from getting yards after the catch versus you running through the football, snatching it out the air while your feet are still on the ground so that you can turn up the field and get yards after the catch. That's where it makes the biggest difference, But at the end of the day, natural hands versus unnatural hands, as long as you're catching the football, the only time that debate and discussion really comes to the forefront is when the dude is dropping the football. Now we got issues. But as far as I'm concerned, yeah, Jahan's hands are natural, and it will, show itself in some circus plays in some situations. But Terry makes circus plays. The catch against the Chargers is utterly ridiculous, right? So it'll manifest itself in some crazy one-hand catch. But at the end of the day, As long as you catching the rock, natural versus not natural isn't that big of a deal. But a natural hands catcher is a guy that catches just about everything with his hands. A guy that isn't a natural hands catcher, he's going to catch a nice percentage of his passes with his body, and that's fine. But a natural hands catcher, they're plucking everything out of the air with their hands, no matter where it's thrown. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Take command for life. Writes, breaking news. Hurts is trash. Eagle fans, listen. I don't know if that's breaking news per se, but you're not wrong. Robert Parrish, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy Robert. Writes, Lou, you are OC. You have 4 wide receivers set with Terry, Jahan, Curtis, and Diami. What are the routes and who runs them? I thought you were calling me OC. I was like, what did I do? He's telling me I'm the offensive coordinator and I've got them on the field all at once. What routes are they running and who's running them? So I can tell you right now, we're going to see some form of this on the field. So I think you will get a situation where you've got a mesh concept underneath. So more likely than not, you'll take the 2 guys in the slot, and it could be a guy on the outside and a guy in the slot from the other side, and they'll run a mesh, meaning they'll run 2 shallow crosses, across the field. That's a staple of Scott Turner's offense, the mesh concept, because you're forcing the defense to make high-low reads. You're forcing the quarterback to make high-low reads, but you're applying pressure to the middle of the football field defender. It's usually a linebacker, and you're forcing him to make a decision. Do I give up the underneath throw and come up and rally and make a tackle, or do I come up, take that away, and now he gets the pass behind me, which is what he ultimately wants me to do. He wants me to collapse on the route in front of me, take the eye candy and the bait, move me, and now there's a route right behind me. So you're going to get that mesh concept as the low read, right? And then there's going to be a high read, which is probably going to be a dig route, something 15 yards and in, or deep over route across the field that you're looking to hit behind that linebacker should he cheat up on the mesh concept. So for me, it would be Curtis Samuel and Diami running the mesh concept across the field. You've got Terry. You got Jahan. I would give it to Terry. I would say it's Terry because he's tougher. Terry running the dig over the middle of the football field. And then you've got Jahan running a deep post on top of that. So how you read that out is you start high and you go low. So you let the play develop, and you're hoping that the safety over the top has reckless eyes, bites on the dig by Terry over the middle of the field, comes up, and now Jahan gets inside of that corner, breaks to the post. There's no safety help. You lay it out over the middle of the football field deep, let him go run under it, and it's a touchdown. That's what you're hoping. If the safety's smart, does his job, good eye discipline, he'll allow Terry, because that's not his job, he'll allow Terry to run across the field. He'll stay deeper than the deepest, and he'll see Jahan trying to run that post, and he'll take him and run right with him and take that away. So then Carson needs to come down to the next read, which is the dig route. If the linebacker's standing there, then you have to hit one of those mesh, and you have to do it within split second. Like, you got to make those decisions quickly. Okay, post isn't there, dig route. Okay, linebacker came up on the mesh, hit the dig. Linebacker's sitting there, dig's not there, take one of the mesh concepts, keep it pushing. And if that's not there, there should be a check down somewhere to a running back or some outlet receiver. So that's how it would go, in this offense. And I know you asked me to be the offensive coordinator. I would be running See, I used to run some plays in Madden that were highly successful. I'm more of a flood guy myself. I like to run flood concepts. What are flood concepts? That's when you take an area of the football field, preferably in zone, but that's when you take an area of the football field and you flood it with receivers, with targets, right? So that was one of the things I would love to do in Madden, was create these natural picks when I used to play the game. These natural picks and these confusing concepts where, you got 3 level routes being run, but it's the same type of route, but just at 3 different levels. So you'd have a shallow over route, you'd have a deeper over route, you'd have a deep post, and then you'd have a guy, usually it'd be like the tight end, or you take the receiver from the opposite side of the field, put him in motion, and then he'd be running a corner route. So all these guys are running traffic this way, and then you get one guy running traffic that way. And that one guy usually would be wide ass open. That was the old Madden, right? So something to that effect, right? So anyway, I digress. Let's see. Mr. Ron B. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Mr. Ron B. OG, triple OG, writes, Lou, let's win some games and charge up this fan base like the ones we have on the command post. And thanks for having my back the other night with Alex. You know what it is, man. All right. You know what it is. All right. I got your back. Always. All right. Alex was out of line. Okay. And I had to let him know he was out of line. It's one thing to talk trash, but you got to respect your elders. Okay. That's a golden rule. And like when you're talking trash, anybody can get it. But if you're talking to an OG, the trash talk needs to be done in a tactful way. You can't just be talking reckless to an OG. Watch your mouth. Don't ever step out of line, Mr. Ron B, OG of all time. You got to watch what you're saying to Mr. Ron B. But I'm excited. I'm excited, but I also want to caution fans on being too excited because of what this organization has done to us in the past, which is why I always continuously remind you that we are not a finished product. And so anything can go awry. So I just want you to be cognizant of that. Like, don't go all in to the point where if we don't get it done, you are so disappointed to the point where you're depressed. Because that used to happen to me as a kid when I was 100% invested, right? Like fully head over heels. When we would lose, and to this day, it's still like this, but it's not as bad now because we're so far removed from being a consistent winner. When I was a kid growing up, those Norv years, we were just 3-4 years removed from winning a Super Bowl in 91. So even when Norv was struggling those first 4 or 5 years, you're thinking to yourself, hey, and remember 96, we started the season off like, 7-1. Right? So you're thinking, okay, we about to get back to the glory years. We about to get back to business. So a loss, I would be distraught the rest of the night into Monday, to the point where people would be like, man, you all right? And I'm like, yeah, I'm fine, man. I'm all right. And, as I got older and the losses started to stockpile and my faith in this organization returning to glory and to greatness dwindled, I stopped being affected as much. But I still hate losing. I'm a sore loser. I don't like losing, period. So it still to this day affects me, but not as much. And I told you this format, the LouieTeeNetwork and these videos are like therapy for me. It really helps talking this shit out, but I'm charged up. You guys know that. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. I'm charged up. All right. Ain't no Eagles or Cowboys fans gonna ever have to tell me to get my bars up. I'm charged up. All right. And trust me, ain't no Eagles fans about to starve us. Ain't no Eagles fans about to starve us. Nah. So at the end of the day, I'm feeling good. You know what I'm about. You know how I feel 12-5. The magic number is 11, but I'm pushing 12. You know what it is. Thank you for the super chat, Mr. Ron B. Mr. Ron B, thank you for the super chat. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. And he says, Alex is cool though. And he is. And he is. He just stepped out of line. It happens sometimes. We've all done things before where you was like, man, I was tripping. Alex is a good dude, man. Alex is a really good dude. Hell, I got under Alex's skin during the Super Friends stream. He was coming after me. I mean, he was at my neck, applying pressure. I'm like, whoa, Alex, ease up a bit, bro. Okay. And he wasn't easing up. And that's cool. I love it. I told you, I welcome the pressure, man. I'm not backing down. I feel the way that I feel. I said what I said, and I meant what I said. So it is what it is. Somebody's going to be right. Somebody's going to be wrong. Either way, you know where to find me. And that's the beauty of what I stand for. I can't speak for what anybody else is doing, but I stand 10 toes down on whatever I believe. Right or wrong, I'm here. All right. Let's see. Facts American. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Facts American. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, need Maury to set these Eagles fans straight, bruh. The lie detector determined Jalen Hurts is not a quarterback. Eagles fans running out the door crying. Again, I said this, I think, on either it was a stream or in a comment. I'm at this point, I'm done going back and forth with Eagles fans over Jalen Hurts. We're about a month away, just a shade over a month away from all of this shit being put to rest. Excuse me, because all we're doing is talking back and forth and saying the same shit over and over again. At this point, I've said how I feel. You know how I feel. Again, I said what I said. I mean what I said. I'm not backing down from what I said. All right. And you know where I stand. They know where I stand. I know where they stand. And so now let's see what happens. That's what I'm about. I ain't gonna keep going back and forth saying the same shit over and over and over again. So I know how I feel about Jalen Hurts. They feel a different way about Hurts, and they think this is the thing that I think Eagles fans keep getting misconstrued. That he's a hard worker, and because of that hard work, he's just going to get exponentially better. What you have to understand is that there's a cap that is placed on how good you can become due to the talent that you were blessed with or not blessed with. And there is a bit of a ceiling on Jalen Hurts. But the one thing you won't do is outwork Jalen Hurts. And I think Eagles fans have fallen in love with that. And that's cool. You know, he's a good dude. I told you, I wish he didn't play for the Eagles. I'd be rooting like hell for him. He's a good dude. He works hard. He wants it bad. He cares. There's a lot of good redeeming qualities to Jalen Hurts. The problem is that he's a limited quarterback and he plays for an insufferable fan base that forces you to not like him because they're propping him up and trying to make him into something he's not. So we'll see who's right. Now, won't we? And no amount of talking is going to change their minds, our minds. So I'm done. I've said what I needed to say. They've said what they needed to say. All right, we'll see where the chips fall. And I think I know where they may. But in any event, thank you for the super chat. That was a good one, Facts American. That was a really good one. All right. Let's see. All right. Well, it's a lot of conversation in this comment section. I love it, though. I told you guys that. Darnell Kelly, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Darnell Kelly, writes, this team, this schedule is like $3.99 pound crab in Oklahoma. You want to get, but you better be cautious. I don't know anything about $3.99 crabs per pound in Oklahoma, but maybe you need to watch out. Maybe, you might get sick. Maybe there could be something wrong with that crab. I don't know. I don't know anything about that analogy, but I take your word for it, Darnell. As a Washington fan, and I've said this, you ought to be somewhat skeptical. I'm in. 12-5 means I'm all in. Okay. But I'd be lying to you if there isn't some skepticism. I'm still skeptical. I'm still nervous as hell about Jacksonville week 1, Detroit week 2, Philadelphia week 3, Dallas week 4, Tennessee week 5. I'm still nervous as hell about every single game. Atlanta week 13. I'm nervous as hell about that game. Or week 12. Nervous as hell about that game. Houston week 11. These are games I think we should win. I'm nervous. I should be. Why wouldn't I be? But don't get it twisted. Don't take my cautious approach, my cautious optimism as being pessimistic, right? As pessimism. Don't take it for that. What I don't lack is confidence when I have a reason to be confident. You've seen that. Last year, I had every reason to be confident after we won 4 games in a row. And I let everybody know I was confident. I've already told you, and I've warned everyone, I will be insufferable if we get off to a hot start and we look legit on offense and the defense is playing ball. And this is a complete football team. And we're winning games. And we go to Dallas and win, and we beat Philadelphia in week 3. We take care of business the first 2 weeks, and we're 4-0 at home versus the Titans in week 5. I will be insufferable. Because I'm already confident. And that's without even having the actual tangible evidence of a team that should instill confidence in you to be confident. I'm going off of the schedule, that we can't be any worse on offense, that we should be much better because of the quarterback position and the additions made. I'm going off of shit that I'm projecting. I don't actually have tangible evidence and proof. I don't have a decade's worth of Aaron Rodgers dominating or Josh Allen putting up MVP type numbers the last 2 seasons to make me feel confident about what's about to happen. I'm projecting over here. But I'm still telling you I'm confident either way. So let them start winning and them solidify and validate my confidence. Shit is over. Trust me. Anyway, I digress. Martin Matthews, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Double M. It's been a while. Writes, hey, Louie, it's been a while. I just said the same thing. And I hadn't looked at your comment yet. He says, what do you think we will do differently against the run and mobile quarterbacks? And by the way, have you called your folks this week? Thanks for the content, my guy. As a matter of fact, I talked to my mom and dad today. So, yes, I have talked to them this week. Thank you for asking. So against the run, we actually were really solid against the run last season. It wasn't until we were impacted by injuries and COVID where I thought the run defense really started to take a nosedive. But we were actually really good against the run last season. But as we've seen with this group, if we're having any issues stopping the run, they will not hesitate to put 5 defensive linemen on the field, 3 defensive tackles and 2 defensive ends. We saw that a lot in 2020, and we saw it sparingly in 2021 when they felt the need to go that route. And if they have any issues stopping the run, they will go to that 5-man defensive front to try and stop the run. So I think we're going to continue to be solid against the run. I don't think that's going to be an issue. Mobile quarterbacks, that's a different dilemma onto itself, because no team really wants to use a spy. That's the lay fans' immediate response to a quarterback running all over them is, hey, put a spy on them. But that's the equivalent of taking one of your eligibles out of the play and leaving him in to block, right? You don't want to take one of your 11 defenders and assign him to the quarterback who may not ultimately run. You're taking a guy, off your defensive line that can rush after the quarterback. You're taking a guy out of coverage. It's something that defensive coordinators really don't want to do. Now, if a guy is absolutely gutting you, you do what you have to do. But I think where we have struggled, especially against like Jalen Hurts and teams like the Giants with Daniel Jones, is when they run read option, we act like we've never seen the shit before. They turn the corner and there's nobody home. We go for the fake. We tackle the running back. Quarterback keeps it. He turns the corner. And you're like, whoo-hoo. Anybody home? And now Daniel Jones is running down the sidelines, cutting it back and waltzing into the end zone. Luckily for us, they called blocking the back, holding. I think it was holding on one of the receivers down the field. That was questionable. I'll take it. But that's the type of shit that we can't have. The last 2 years, Daniel Jones has had a run of over 40 yards against us. And Jalen Hurts, he was hurting us with his legs last year, in especially the first game against Philadelphia. But we had a lot of dudes out with COVID that night. So still, I just want to see us defend, plays like that a little bit better. We don't do a good enough job of defending those. Thank you for the super chat, Martin Matthews. Let's see. King of the North. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, King of the North, writes, first of all, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, there's going to be a lot of slow singing and flower bringing when the Eagles go down screaming. You know what it is. I've already said that. A lot of slow singing and flower bringing when that week 3 Eagles alarm starts ringing. You already know what it is. When that shit goes off, it's time to murder these Eagles, man. Put them down and put them down for good until week 10. So I'm looking forward to it, man. Dressed in all black like the Omen. We on a mission, So I told you, I don't guarantee many victories. I've guaranteed 2 victories in each of the last 2 seasons, and it was the first NFC East game both years. I said I wanted Philadelphia in week 1 of 2020. They were on this hideous streak, beating us up. I said they were due for a loss. We were going to get it for Ron. He had cancer. I'd said it before Ron's cancer diagnosis. I was like, that's his first game. Ron made it a point of emphasis to, dominate the division. The Eagles have been, a thorn in our side. They're due for an L. I wanted them bad. We spotted them 17, hawked them down, won the football game. It's 27 unanswered, 27-17. I guarantee victory there. The following year, last year, the Giants, I was sick of it. I was up to here with losing to Daniel Jones. I was sick of the Giants owning us. Bad Dog was, he doesn't talk shit a lot, but he's like, look, y'all haven't beaten us. I don't want to hear from you, pretty much is what Bad Dog said to me. All right. I can't say shit to nobody else in the division, but you, my friend, keep your mouth shut. Okay. When you're talking to me, watch what you say. Because right now, Daniel Jones owns you guys. And I couldn't say shit. I was like, you know what? I want y'all as schedule makers, make it happen. I want the Giants week 1. I want to get this shit over with. I don't want this to linger. I don't want to see them in week 7. I need this shit to be done with so we can get our dub. They gave us, I said, look, I can't give you week 1 2 years in a row. But what I can do is I can give you week 2 on a Thursday night, and let me see what you're going to do. I said, well, I'm guaranteeing victory there. It was not easy, but it was a dub. And they made us work for it, and Dustin Hopkins almost made me have a heart attack. I'm guaranteeing it again, and I asked for it to be early in the season, week 1. They said, I can't do week 1. I did that 2 years ago. I can't do week 2. I did that last year, but I can give you week 3. Bet. I'll take it. So I feel good about it. I wouldn't do it unless I felt, 100% sure about it. You know what it is, King of the North. Say it again. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Alex writes, check DM after stream, and yes, you're a little crazy. I imagine you would say that, right? I imagine you would say that. Protect Sports Network, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy Tones. Right? Are any of the 2 tickets are your personals? What section? You talking about the season tickets? I don't know what section they're in. I mean, I would have preferred them to have been in a different section, but beggars can't be choosers, right? Like, I had to take what was left, and I wanted the tickets to be reasonably priced. I didn't want to, spend a boatload of money on tickets that I wasn't going to use myself, but I wouldn't dare put you in seats that I wouldn't want to sit in myself, right? So I was very cognizant of that. I'd have to look up that information. I'd be lying to you if I knew told you I knew the section, seat, and all that stuff, row and all that, because I don't. It's in the 100s. I know that because I'm a 100s guy. But I can't tell you exactly where. It's on Washington's side of the field. That's all I can tell you. Let's see. Got a super chat here from Spencer Kalis. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Spence writes, Louie, my bad. Quality of play. So in order for me to feel like, man, maybe Chase isn't what I thought he was, I would really, I think I could convince myself of waiting until next year, honestly, because everybody is different when it comes to injuries. Like I told y'all, what I don't want to hear from the fan base is, well, look at what Nick Bosa did. He tore his ACL. He came back and went ape shit. Well, Chase Young isn't Nick Bosa. First of all, Nick Bosa tore his ACL in like week 2, no later than week 3. Chase Young tore his in week 10. So it's not, the two aren't the same. That's number one. Number 2, they're not the same player. Number 3, I don't really know what to expect from Chase coming back. So, Chase might be in his head when he first comes back, not wanting anybody to fall around his legs. He may be a little tentative. So everyone's affected mentally by injury, differently as well, So it'd be hard for me to say this year at all, especially if he misses the first 6-7 games of the season. It might take him 2, 3, 4 weeks to even get into a rhythm before he starts to actually have an impact. Who's to say? So I'm looking forward to seeing him come back, seeing what he does, but I really won't judge him until next year. Like fully healthy, had a full off season to work on his craft, and he's not rehabbing. Now I want to see, Washington's picking up his 5th-year option, so there's no worry there, even if this year is a disappointing campaign as well. They're going to pick up the 5th-year option. There's no reason not to. And then I think after next year, you can say, okay, yeah, he ain't what I thought he was. But I think it would be unfair to put him in a situation where you expect him to come off the ACL and just dominate right away, immediately. That's tough. To me, that's tough. So I would say next year, honestly speaking, when I gave y'all like realistic expectations for Chase, I was thinking either he was going to be ready come week 1 or he would miss like the first game or 2 of the season and then play, 15 games, somewhere in that general vicinity. If we're talking about him only playing in 8 or 9 contests max, that's tough because it's going to take him 2-3 weeks just to get into a rhythm, honestly, to feel confident in the knee again, to know that, hey, somebody could fall around me and I'm straight. Even though no one fell on him. It was a non-contact injury. Still, when you have that injury, there's also a mental warfare that takes place. I'm not sure my knee's okay, even though the doctors have told me structurally your knee is fine, bro. It might even be better than it was before. But I actually got to go out and perform, stop, cut, change directions, do the things that I'm accustomed to doing, and get in a pile of people and get up, get hit, hit somebody, get hit, and be fine. So that's a tough question to answer, honestly. For me, not for some fans, but for me. Let's see. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Writes, Alex will be writing novels in the Discord to represent Eagle stats. I step away for an hour and he's handing out homework assignments. You're not wrong. Alex will go and he will find the most interesting stat to prove his point. And then he will write a War and Peace novel on the stats findings that he has. And it's usually good stuff, though, and I usually read all of it. And it's usually pretty good stuff. It's at its core, it's thought provoking, right? It gets you thinking, even if you don't necessarily agree with it. It's thought provoking stuff. So it makes you think. But you're not wrong, Big Money Sonny. You're not wrong. But that's my guy, Alex. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, watch the Jeter doc on ESPN. I had zero interest in it initially, and then I caught like this little pre-special they were doing before the first episode aired, and they were showing like his relationship with Alex Rodriguez and the dynamic between the two of them, and then they were touching on him actually being black, and so different parts of the documentary, and I was like, yeah, this might not actually be that bad. So what's crazy is, for a long time, I thought Derek Jeter was like Hispanic. I didn't think he was black. So I knew it before the documentary, but it took me a long time to figure that out, that he was actually, mixed and he wasn't, just Hispanic. So he's sort of an ambiguous guy. The look of him, his last name, all of that shit is kind of ambiguous. So I think he was able to kind of straddle the fence, so to speak, on that. But I think it actually might turn out to be a really good documentary. The bar has been set so high with The Last Dance, with these documentaries that these, multi-part documentary series, I'm like, kind of shy away from it. I think I'm gonna check it out though. I think I'm gonna check out the Derek Jeter. What is it called? The Captain. I think I'm gonna check it out. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, Eagles fans, come and talk to me. Week 3 post game show. It wouldn't be a command post live stream without a Metaphor Jodeci reference. It just wouldn't be. Now we can all go home and rest comfortably because Metaphor has done what Metaphor always does. All right. Let's see. Got another super chat right here. This one is from Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, put them down till week 10, then put them down again. That is the goal, is to put them down in week 3 and then get to a point in the season where we can put them down again in week 10. But you can't go for the sweep without getting the broom first. Got to grab the broom, and then you go and you look to get the dustpan in week 10. But we got to grab the broom first. That's the most important thing, Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, do you know if Law is/will be at the Cowboys training camp? I want to spread some bad juju on him like they did to us with the benches. Yeah, he's at training camp right now. I saw him live. I want to say it was yesterday. He was live from Dallas Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, and he was live streaming the practice. So he's there. For a fact, he goes every single year. Facts American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Facts American writes, favorite game during during Dan Snyder's tenure. I mean, there were some fun ones in the seasons that we actually, are good. There's some fun games in there, and they're fun for different reasons. I remember back in 2015, I had a hit list. If you go back in the archives and watch the video, I had a hit list of teams that we owed an ass whooping to. Buffalo was one I remember. I was still pissed off about the Sean Taylor game. They were the first game after his death. We line up with 10 guys. The right thing to do there would have been to take a knee or something. These bitches run a toss outside to Fred Jackson, and he picks up 22 yards. I was like, you dirty motherfuckers. And then, of course, we ended up losing the game. Joe used 2 timeouts in a row. You can't do that. Couldn't do it back then. You couldn't call 2 in a row, which is a dumb rule because you should be able to call. If you got 3 timeouts, you should be able to use them however you want at the end of a game. But can't call 2 timeouts in a row. Picked up a personal foul penalty, made their kicker, kick it from 15 yards closer. He probably was going to make the shit anyway. But he definitely wasn't going to miss then. And he made it, and we lost the game. That shit hurt. That was the closest I came to crying after a game since I had become a full-blown adult. I hadn't cried since 1999 when we lost to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. There was no reason to lose that football game. We were up 13-0. We were dominating, and somehow we managed to lose that football game. And just getting close enough to where you got a chance to kick a field goal, and Dan Turk dribbles the ball back to his brother, who's the holder, Matt Turk, and we never even get an opportunity to kick the field goal, was gut-wrenching. So they were on the hit list. Needless to say, we're the Buffalo Bills. I remember the Saints being on the hit list that year. I was holding a grudge from 2011, the year they won the Super Bowl. They were undefeated. They came to FedEx. That was the, if you remember, that was the why do I always forget his damn name? Devin Thomas coming out party game. That was the Devin Thomas 11 catches for like 152 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's arrived. It would never get any better than that. But we had those bitches, right? And somehow we managed to, Sean Sweezum managed to miss a chip shot field goal from about 22 yards out. Drew Brees, in typical Saints fashion, it reaches in and rips our heart right out of our chest, takes some rate. I remember it was Robert Meacham, big catch and run. They came back and they beat us, stayed undefeated. That shit hurt like hell. I wanted their ass bad after that. And we got them that season. Beat the brakes off the damn Saints. It felt so good. Feels good. Beat the shit out of them. That was one of those, 40-10 type ass. Well, we don't hand those out anymore, but we did in 2015. There's a lot of games I had fun with. But I'm trying to think of a game that from start to finish, because there were moments that the miracle, the Monday Night Miracle against Dallas clearly is up there, but that game sucked ass for 57 minutes. No, 56 minutes. I think Santana scored his first touchdown with 4 minutes to go in the game. That game sucked ass for 56 minutes. And then out of nowhere, Tanaman once, Tanaman twice. That wasn't an enjoyable game. There's the 2005 win against Dallas, 35-7. That was fun. Man, that might be one of my, more enjoyable games. You clinched the division, you beat the brakes off of Dallas to do it. That was fun. Obviously, 2012 week 17 winner go home. Rob Jackson pick of Tony Romo late. Alfred Morris runs for 2 bills. You win, Dallas goes home. It doesn't get much better than that, right? So there's a few in there. I'd probably choose that one in 2012, but there were some fun ones. 2015, 2005 had some fun ones. The scoop and score Sean Taylor iconic play against the Eagles, that was a fun game. There's a lot of them, but I'd probably just take the 2012 week 17. The Thanksgiving game was a ton of fun. Man, I enjoyed that Thanksgiving game, the 38-31. I think it was 38-31 or 38-30, a beating of Dallas. They made us sweat at the end, right? But man, was that a lot of fun, especially the first half, being up 28-3 at half. Yikes. Anyway, I digress. All right. Let's see. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Just Andre writes, double up. Thank you for doubling up. What do you think about Percy Butler's potential? Or what do you think Percy Butler's potential is? I don't know. I don't know what his floor or ceiling is. He's a very intriguing player. I thought the comp that Rico made last night to Daxton Hill is spot on. I think that's the kind of player that he could be. I think he is I think he's a lot more physical than Daxton Hill, which is why they feel so good about him potentially being a Buffalo nickel. But he has a similar skill set to be able to cover guys. He's got the speed to run with them, similar to a Daxton Hill. So he's an intriguing player, with a unique skill set. And I'm anxious to see how they use him. And I wouldn't be shocked, however, if Derek Forrest is the guy that they trust more on the field, being that he's in his second year and understands the defense a bit better than Percy Butler. But, time will tell. Only time will tell. I'm interested to see what Percy Butler brings to the table. But I think he's got a very unique skill set similar to that of a Daxton Hill, a guy that can cover, a guy that can play deep. And I think the beauty of him, and you saw less of this with Daxton Hill, more with Percy Butler, is the versatility. I told you I watched film on Percy Butler, and I got to see him do just about everything. Single high free safety, deep half, down as an underneath zone dropping defender, as a lurker, as they like to call it. I saw him run the alley and come down and run support. I watched him as a blitzer. I watched him in man-to-man coverage in the slot against a wide receiver. I saw him in man-to-man coverage in the slot against a tight end. I saw him in just about every situation you could imagine from a safety. And I said, this is the versatility that they fell in love with. So there's a lot to like there, but obviously it has to manifest itself at the NFL level against pros. He's no longer at Louisiana, with the Raging Cajun. He's now in the NFL, and the level of competition is a lot greater, and I want to see how he handles that. Facts American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, who writes, is it Dan or losing? Why no fans? Of course it's Dan. It's a lot of different things, but Dan is at the crux of every single issue this organization has. And anybody that tries to defend him is delusional and simply does not get it. But I mean, Dan, the name no longer being Redskins, that has nothing to do with Dan. I mean, he could have tried to rebel against that, but the truth of it is, this is about making money. You want to win, but we're not winning. So the next best thing you can do is continue to make bread. And when your sponsors come to you and tell you, bro, you got one option. I mean, two technically, because you could do whatever the hell you want to do. But however you respond to this ultimatum, we're then going to have a reaction to that response. So choose wisely. And they pretty much said, either you change the name or we're out. You lose the type of sponsorship that was on the line, and you have to start rethinking, what it is to be the owner of the Washington Redskins. And so he did what he had to do. I don't blame him for that. I don't love it, but it is what it is. That's part of the reason there are no fans. But trust me, the fan base was dwindling long before the name Redskins came into question to the point where it had to go. The reason this organization has lost so many fans is Daniel Snyder and the losing. You put the two together. And it's because of what he's done as an owner, and then what he's done off the field to disgrace us as fans, coupled with the losing, that has made it, for a lot of people, a, intolerable situation. Untenable. I can't continue to support a team with an owner that continues to F things up consistently, i.e. coming into the draft room and demanding that you draft Dwayne Haskins. You can't keep doing that type of shit and expect fans to not be in a place where they feel like, I can't root for this team. We suck, and the owner is the reason we suck, and he's not going anywhere. So I'm going to exit stage left. You can't choose a 23-year-old quarterback over a two-time winning Super Bowl head coach and his staff. Mind you, that two-time Super Bowl winning coach is about to get into the Hall of Fame. I told you Mike Shanahan is a Hall of Fame coach, and he's going to get in eventually. But not only that, but that staff had a younger Shanahan and Kyle, Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur. I mean, I don't need to keep going on and on and on about all the head coaches that were spawned from that tree that was there in Washington. And you chose the 23-year-old player over the coach? Dan's a buffoon. And he's not a nice human being. Okay? He's deplorable His actions are deplorable. The way he's run this team is a joke. And the losing that has followed, to me, is just the football gods ensuring that we suffer because we choose to root for a team headed by a guy that is the root of all evil, essentially, when it comes to running a franchise and just being a good dude, which he is not. So there's this prevailing thought out there that that's why we'll never win, because Dan's the owner. Like, there's no good juju for you. There's no 12-5 waiting for you. There's no pot of gold at the end of this rainbow, bro. Your owner's name is Daniel M. Snyder. He's a snake. You're not winning 12 games. You're not winning 11. You'd be lucky to win 10. And there's a lot of people that feel that way. Until he's gone, this black cloud will always hover over this organization, and you will never win anything of substance. And right now, those people have been proven right. I'm hoping that this season is the beginning of those people being proven wrong. And there's a crowd out there that wants to see this team succeed, but still doesn't want to see Daniel Snyder receive any of the accolades that come with success as an owner. I would cringe at us winning a Super Bowl and seeing Daniel Snyder being handed the Lombardi trophy and him getting to revel in that. I would cringe at that. But you know what? That's not going to stop me from wanting this team to win a Super Bowl. That's not a good enough reason to want my favorite team to lose, is so that the owner doesn't get to relish in someone else's success but get to claim it as his own. But man, that would be a cringeworthy sight. It really, truly would. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, Jodeci always brings nostalgia to me. Flirting with girls, working at a sneaker store, and buying up all the J's, and most importantly, the Redskins. Is that where your love of shoes came from, working at a sneaker store? Or did you work at a sneaker store because you were a sneakerhead already? I'd love to know the answer to that. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, give us an off-the-wall prediction for the season in terms of what? I've already given you my record. I've already given you a hot take, which is we're going to beat the Green Bay Packers. Maybe that's not a hot take for some of you, but I think most of you think we're going to lose that game. I've already guaranteed victory. That's probably not a big one for most of you, because a lot of you probably think we're going to beat Philadelphia anyway, but I've guaranteed victory in week 3. 12-5, I'm starting to look at it, and I think I might be one of the few out there on that 12-5 ledge. I mean, what are you specifically asking for? There may be something I can give you, but give me a little bit more of a direction that you're looking for me to head towards. Facts American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, FedEx Field was always filled in the early 2000s. Yeah, because again, we weren't that far removed from this team being successful. You have to remember, in 1999, which is when Dan officially took over, this team was literally one or two plays away from playing in the NFC Championship game. We should have beaten Tampa Bay. That Buccaneers team was not better than the Redskins in 99. They weren't. We should have advanced to play the greatest show on turf in St. Louis for the NFC, for the right to go to the Super Bowl and play the Tennessee Titans. And so, yeah, the stadium was still packed. We were still living off of the equity built in the 80s into the early 90s. And then 99 happened, and you're like, okay, we're on the cusp of doing it. And so, yeah, the stadium was still packed. And then right when you could see this shit was starting to go off the rails, he would always reel us back in. So he fired Norv. He hired Marty. He fires Marty prematurely, hires Steve Spurrier. That's a train wreck. And what does he do to reel us back in? He go and gets Joe. Because after Spurrier, I wanted to wring his neck. You fired Marty Schottenheimer for this shit? Oh, I was ready to start a mutiny. But then he hires Joe, and you're like, all is forgiven. Okay. Then after Joe, he was supposed to hire Greg Williams. He flubbed that. And remember, he wanted to hire Jim Fossil, God rest his soul. We, as a fan base, stood up and said, no, the hell you will not hire Jim Fossil. Which, looking back on it in hindsight, I don't know why we were, up in arms about Jim Fossil. Maybe other than the fact he was the former Giants head coach. We didn't love Jim Fossil, but he wasn't a terrible head coach to the point where we needed to stand up in unison and say, hell no, you can't hire him. But because we did that, we ended up with Jim Zorn. So the irony of it is we were vehemently against Jim Fossil. And because of that, we ended up with the absolute worst option possible in Jim Zorn, who didn't even know the team colors. What a nice guy he was. And just when you wanted to rage after that, because that, as a fan, that was one of the lowest points for me. The swinging gate game against the Giants, where we were going to fake the field goal. They knew we were going to fake the field goal. We called the timeout, or the Giants called the timeout because they weren't prepared for a fake. And then we came out and ran the fake field goal after they had a chance to set up to stop a fake field goal. We ran it anyway. Like, that was one of the lowest moments as a fan for me. Like, we've hit rock bottom officially. Like, we're the worst team in football. And then he goes and gets Mike Shanahan. So every time that we had gotten to a point of despair, he would pull us out of the depths of despair by going and getting a guy that was well overqualified for the job. Way overqualified. So I can say this about Dan. POS of a human, but POS of an owner, but a hell of a salesman. Because how he was able to sell Joe on coming back here and resurrecting the franchise, how he was able to sell Mike Shanahan on coming here after all of the dysfunction that had preceded, how he was able to sell Ron Rivera on coming here after. I'm telling you, if Ron Rivera didn't take the job, we would have had to settle for some no-name assistant coach that would have essentially been a guy that we would have used as a punching bag. Dan would have used as a punching bag. And who knows, Bruce Allen might still be here. Who's to say? FedEx was full in 2000 and in the early 2000s because there was still a belief that we could return to the glory years. We could make a return. That ship has sailed. That ship has sailed. Let's see. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, I live right next to Oxnard. Alex and I are trying to go to camp. It would be dope to see Law. He would get double the juju. Pause. Alex, do you live in California too? That's interesting. If he does, I didn't think Alex did. But I mean, that would be cool to go there and heckle him for sure. But he's definitely there. I can tell you that for sure. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Just Andre writes, that half interception against the Saints has been the epitome of this team the past 20 years. That half interception, what are you referring to? I mean, and there's been a lot of crazy games against the Saints. Remember blowing a 14-point lead with just a shade over 2 minutes to go and losing that game in overtime back in 2017. That was the game that, officially broke the season. Like we were hanging on by a thread. Chris Thompson got injured for the season in that game, but we were still up. And you're like, hey, we win this game, got Minnesota the next week. That broke our back. Like it was a wrap after that. I don't know what interception you're referring to against the Saints. That half interception against the Saints has been the epitome of this team the past 20 years. I wish I knew what you were referring to. And I might be just being a blonde right now, and that one might have just gone right over my head, but I don't remember any interceptions, right before the half. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing. But anyway, I digress. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, with AGG out, does Sammy's have a shot at the 53? I don't think this really impacts him. I don't think AGG was ahead of him, but I don't know. Ron spoke glowingly of AGG in terms of his development and where he was in his process. But just because he spoke glowingly, that's what you do with the guy that's going, deciding to retire. It's almost like someone who passes away. It's no reason to trash that guy at that point. You just say nice things, even if that's not necessarily how you feel, because there's no reason for you to trash the dead, right? The guy's career is dead. No reason to trash it at this point. So I don't know if Sam Isa's, roster chances and percentages have been elevated due to this move, because I don't think AGG was necessarily ahead of him, but I could be wrong about that. Facts American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Right, the NFC East was so good. Even the last place team could have competed for a first in another division. Even us, all NFC East teams were competitive. Those were the days. That's what we keep talking about. That's what I keep talking about. I can't speak for anybody else. I want the division to get back to that, where the division is good, and whomever wins it won it not because it was a war of attrition among bad football teams, but rather you outlasted some of the best teams in the conference. So, Washington going 13-4 was necessary because Dallas was 12-5 and Philadelphia was 11-6. That's what I want this division to be, like it was in the late 80s, early 90s, mid to late 80s, early 90s. Clearly we're far removed from, the NFC East being that, but we were close to that in 2016. Dallas was 13-3, if I'm not mistaken. The Giants were 12-4, if I'm not mistaken. And they didn't have anything to play for, and all we had to do was beat them, and we would have been 6-1, and we would have been in the playoffs, and there would have been 3 teams from the NFC East, and we shouldn't have even been in that predicament. We should have already beaten Cincinnati in London had Dustin Hopkins not missed a chip shot field goal. We should have beaten Detroit in Detroit if Matt Jones hadn't fumbled on the 1-yard line, if Dustin Hopkins hadn't missed a field goal in that game. And if the defense didn't allow Matthew Stafford to go right down the field and throw a touchdown pass to Anquan Bolden with 5 seconds left when he got the ball back with 41 seconds. Anyway, that's nor here nor there. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, completely forgot to ask about AGG, and I apologize if we already covered this, but what do you think was going on in his head when he retired? Yeah, I talked about it already. I mean, simply put, I just don't think he loved the game anymore. You come into this thing with childlike exuberance for the game, and if you truly love it, you'll do whatever it takes. You'll make whatever adjustments need to be made to play. I just don't think he was ever in that frame of mind. And when he was told he wasn't good enough to be a wide receiver, you have to convert to tight end, it was just too much. And to be honest, more likely than not, he wasn't going to make the football team this year. So it's another year of sitting around on the practice squad, making, what in league circles is minimal money, but any working, Joe Schmo like myself or you out there, that's a lot of money that they're making, even on the practice squad. But still, that in his mind is like that's no way to live. That's not fun for me. I'd much rather be using my intelligence and my intellect to, excel somewhere else than to just be, the 60th guy on an NFL roster. So I just think he didn't love it anymore, period. And felt like he could be doing other things. He's a smart dude. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, I'm tired of Snyder, so to hell with him. I just can't find myself rooting for another team. He consistently continues to be a damn clown. # frustration. I mean, we're all past the point of frustration. We all want him gone, to the point where we'll take anybody as an owner. And I've said this, the next owner can't be any worse than Dan, but he sure as hell can be equally as damaging as Dan has been. So, we're so eager to just get rid of this dude. We don't even care who the hell steps in for him. The next guy could be an asshole and a jerk and even more involved with the team than Dan already is. But that's the whole grass is greener. We're definitely willing to find out. The damn grass could be brown on the other side, yellow on the other side, red. We don't give a shit. It can't be any worse than this grass, or lack thereof. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, sneakerhead before I worked at the store. One of the best times in my life working there, though. Looking for custom Commander Air Force Ones. Anyone? ? So, if you're looking for some, you know who to hit up. Big Money Sonny's the man for the job. I figured you were already a sneakerhead because one of my best friends is a sneakerhead and he sells on eBay. He's a flipper. He's damn good at what he does, and he's got a closet full of shoes. And he wanted to work for Nike. When you love it, you love it. And he was really close to working for Nike. So I think working at a sneaker store is a byproduct of being a sneakerhead. You enjoy being around the sneakers. You know when you're getting a deal or when the fire comes out, it's accessible for you. You can put one to the side for yourself so you're not missing out. Anyway, I digress. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, Jim Zorn, hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray. I forgot he used to do that. What a joke, Lou. The entire team thought that was corny, but hey, he did have the 6-2 start, right? Yeah, there was that. There was 6-2 running the same damn plays. I love those guys, Chris Cooley, Santana Moss, Clinton Portis. I love those guys reliving that season. They tell the absolute funniest stories about that season. It's amazing that we were even able to start 6-2 with the clown show that was, being run at that time. It's amazing. Joe Rockhead J, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy Joe Rockhead J. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, we got Zorn because that dunce hired an OC and DC before a head coach. Absolutely, that's the reason that those guys were even there, is that he had already hired his offensive and defensive coordinators before hiring a head coach, which is the stupidest thing ever because you're supposed to hire the coach and he then is allowed to hire his own offensive and defensive coordinators. But again, Daniel Snyder doing shit out of order in typical Daniel Snyder fashion, hired the offensive and defensive coordinators. And so when the revolt happened, he just fell back on a guy that was already here in Jim Zorn. He says, no head coach worth having would sign up for such foolishness. A fact proven by Gruden. Yeah. Spot on. 110%. I couldn't have worded it, said it any better. There's nothing to add there. It's one of the many items in a long list of shit that Daniel Snyder has done that has made this fan base throw their arms up and say, when's enough enough? How much do we have to suffer before someone saves us from this misery? Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Oh, okay. Got you. Thank you for that. The interception against the Saints in 2011. Yeah. That was a heartbreaking game. We should have won that game. And look, we weren't shit in 2011. We weren't good, right? But it was just one of those games where you just wanted to make a statement, right? Like the Saints were 13-0 when they came to FedEx in 2011. 13-0. And we couldn't have been any better than, at that point, probably 4-8, maybe. We weren't good, right? But this was an opportunity to jump up and bite an undefeated team. Do the unthinkable. And we had them. We had them, man. That game was frustrating. But that's why I put the Saints on the hit list. And boy, did we get them back. Facts American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Facts American writes, think he meant the interception in 2009 versus the Saints. Whatever the year they won the Super Bowl was. I don't think it was 2009 they won the Super Bowl, but I could be wrong. It could be 2009. I thought they won the Super Bowl in 2011. That's what I thought. I think 2009, 2008 was the Cardinals and the Steelers, I think. 2009 was the I might have been 2009, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, it might have been 2009. I think it was 11, personally. I don't remember. Normally, when I struggle with that, I go through all the Super Bowl winners in order. That's like a mental exercise that I do. But I'm blanking on the order there. 11, wasn't that the Giants over the Patriots? So it probably was 2009 because I'm thinking 11 was the Giants. 2007 was the Giants. 11 was the Giants. 12 was the Ravens. Because this is how I figured the shit out. So I just go in order. 12 was the Ravens. 11 was the Giants. 10 was... I want to say 2010. That might have been the Saints. Might have been the Saints. It's either 2009 or 2010, something like that. Yeah, I'm doing too much thinking. Nobody cares. Anyway, Facts American. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Facts American writes, Lou, what if Jay Gruden got hired by our front office as a scout? LOL. That would be appropriate. He said, I always thought Jay had an eye for talent. Cool guy. Remember what was his name? Scott McCloughan. Remember what Scott McCloughan said about Jay Gruden? He said, of all the head coaches he had been around, and he was around a lot of guys, including Pete Carroll. He said, of all the head coaches that he had been around, no one had a sharper eye for talent as a head coach than Jay Gruden. So that was a big compliment from a guy who is strictly a scout, essentially a super scout. So, and every pick that Jay Gruden, with the exception of Trey, the guy that we had that was the Mr. Irrelevant, Trey something. I forget his name. With the exception of him, every pick that Jay made was of a guy that turned out to be really good. I mean, his biggest claim to fame was the Matt Ioannidis pick, clearly. But there's no way Jay would be the GM. Facts American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, think Jay's downfall was not hiring a legit defensive coordinator. That and the fact that he wasn't a disciplinarian. There was too much of a loosey-goosey environment with Jay. And, at some point you got to put your foot down. Part of the reason we lost to the Giants in week 17 of 2016 was because Deshaun Jackson and Pierre Garçon were cutting up in practice that week. They were pissed off. They were acting out. Remember, they were about to both leave in free agency. They were pretty much mentally done. They had checked out. And they were pissed off. And, Jay, I remember Deshaun Watson was giving Jay, wet willies in his ear and shit, purple nurples and shit. Like, when your players are that comfortable with you to feel like they can do shit like that to you, you got a problem on your hands. Remember, the one time Jay showed some balls, it was because a guy called him out and pretty much said, "You too damn soft." And that was DJ Swearinger, when DJ Swearinger said, "We don't practice hard enough. The coaching staff isn't hard enough on these players. They don't demand greatness from them." And Jay told him, "Stop calling out coaches, stop calling out players, stop, airing out our dirty laundry to the media." And, DJ did it again, and Jay had enough, and he got rid of him. But that was the truth. That was Jay's biggest downfall, is that he was too nice of a guy, too much of a coach's player. He needed to be more of a disciplinarian. There needed to be more structure with this team, and it wasn't. Facts American. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, be near spam. I don't even know what that was supposed to be, but I guess that's the fax machine making noise. I guess that's supposed to be the fax. I don't know, man. Y'all are funny as hell. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, out of all the mess Snyder created, what is the one that sticks out to you the most? Points for keeping it G-rated. I mean, there's a lot of them. I always go back to Marty Schottenheimer being fired after the 01 season, because wherever Marty went, winning followed. And anybody that watched that season, I remember it like it was yesterday. We're playing the Carolina Panthers. We're down 14-0 at home. We're 0-5 on the season. The shit's on the brink of being an absolute abject disaster. They throw a pass out into the right flats. LeVar Arrington jumps it, picks it off, takes off down the sideline, scores a touchdown, turns that whole game on its head. We come back, we beat the Panthers. It turns the whole season on its head. We reel off 6 straight wins, or 5 straight, I think it was. I think we got back to 500. I don't know if we actually ever got over 500, but it was one of the greatest turnarounds in a Washington season I had ever seen. And then, finding out later that, first of all, if you watch that season again, Kent Graham and Tony Banks were our 2 quarterbacks that season. Okay, I mean, it's hard to win games with Tony Banks and Kent Graham at quarterback, but that's exactly what we did. So that in itself was impressive. And finding out later that there was one audible. I mean, what kind of caveman shit were we doing anyway? And yet we won 8 out of the final 11 games that season, finished 8-8. And everyone watching the organization at that time knew the arrow was pointing up. Like, it's only a matter of time before Marty does what he's done everywhere, what he did in Kansas City, what he did in Cleveland, what he did ultimately wind up doing in San Diego with the Chargers. It was only a matter of time before he would have done it here. What he did for the Chargers, which is what he did when he left here, got the Chargers job, is what he would have did in Washington, which is we would have been 13-3 or 14-2 one year. That's what Marty does. Where he goes, winning follows. One of the winningest coaches in regular season history. And he fired him after an 8-8 season in which we started 0-5 and finished up winners of 8 of the final 11. And it was the same thing that Joe Gibbs did. If you recall his first year as a head coach in 1981, he started 0-5, finished up the season winning 8 of his final 11 and finished the season at 8-8. And then he won the Super Bowl the next year. I'm not saying we were going to win the Super Bowl the next year, but I guarantee you Marty would have had that team winning double-digit games and in the playoffs. I guarantee you that shit we never got to see. To me, that was the biggest mess that he created. Now, again, he kept mopping up his messes. He fires Marty, he hires, the old ball coach. Who knew he was going to be ass as a head coach? I'm not going to lie, I was excited about Steve Spurrier, the old ball coach, coming in here and spreading it out wide with the fun and gun offense he brought from Florida. When I knew that, the moment I knew that shit wasn't going to work was when he tried to turn us into the Washington Gators. Danny Warfel and Shane Matthews and Chris Doring and, all of these dudes he brought from Florida. And I'm like, yo, these dudes are ass. What are you doing? They straight cheeks. And he's like, well, we're going to throw football around the field. And these are some guys that I know can run the offense. And yeah, it was a nightmare. That's another thing Snyder did. He drafted P. Ram. I liked P. Ram though, but Tim says 09 was the Saints, 2010 was the Packers. I was thinking about the Packers. I thought they were 08 for some reason, or 07. I thought they were 07 for some reason, but 08, I know for a fact, was the Steelers. And then I thought it was back-to-back years that the Steelers went to the Super Bowl, but it must have been a gap in between with the Saints. And then the Steelers went back and then lost to the Packers. If Rashad Mendenhall doesn't fumble, they probably beat the Packers. But thank you for that. Let's see. Trey Quinn, thank you for that, Condo P. Trey Quinn was his name. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, it was 09. We went 4-12 with Jim Zorn that year. Yeah. There wasn't much to cheer about, but for whatever reason, I thought Shanahan was around for that game because we were too competent offensively that game, but clearly he was not here yet. And I don't know if Mike probably got his hands on Devin Thomas, Fred Davis, and Malcolm Kelly. I know Fred was here because Fred was here for the 2012 season. He was really good that year, actually, was Fred Davis. But I think he got his hands on Devin Thomas and Malcolm Kelly, and they just, Kelly couldn't stay healthy. He wasn't any good. And Devin Thomas wasn't good either. All right. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for the super chat. Fat American, who writes, not gonna lie, miss Jay Gruden at the mic. LOL. I don't miss Jay at all. I like Jay though, but I like winning more. And Jay didn't do enough of it. Now, I will say, for the circumstances he was put in with, Bruce Allen thinking he was some super GM and, going out and signing, these mid players to excellent contracts. You know the ones I'm talking about. I thought he did well for the situation that he was put in. But yeah, Jay, his time came and went. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Writes, who's better, Werfel or John Beck? Danny Wolfer was way better than John Beck. Was the absolute worst. I'm even ashamed that I used to think that there was a chance. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, I'll never forget seeing Spurrier in December, all cold. He looked like, to hell with this. I'm going back to college ball. Oh, in his mind, he was playing golf. That was one of the funniest scenes. Is we're playing a late December game. This man is bundled up in the biggest starter jacket I've ever seen on a bench. And this man is disinterested in the game. He turned play calling. If you remember, he turned the play calling over that season to, I want to say it was Hugh Jackson that was with him. I want to say he turned the play calling over to Hugh Jackson. He wasn't even calling the plays anymore. He was on the bench like, F this shit. It's cold as a bitch here. It was raining sideways, and he wanted no parts of it. Remember the meme of him doing his lips like this? What a clown show he was. Golly. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Fat American writes, John Beck or Dirty Chaz? Dirty Chaz. Again, Dirty Chaz went to 2 AFC championship games. John Beck is the worst. You can stop comparing him to other people, other players. John Beck will always be the answer to, he will never be the answer to who's better. Luck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Luck writes, yo, Lou, I just got off the phone with him. He said you can hit him up as soon as you get off live. It's important. What are you talking about? Good one. Good one. Good one. Hey, you petty as hell for that, Luck. Luck, super chats, D's nuts. Good one. Good one. That These nuts goes in the Hall of Fame along with, I don't know if y'all used to do this, but we used to do similar thing, and then they would go, who? And you would go, nobody. Those were a couple of the classics there. That was a good one, Luck. You got me, bro. Hands up. You got me. I was like, what are you talking about? Who? Fat American. I should have known you were trolling me. That was a good one. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat American writes, hey, them 2002 70th anniversary jerseys, fire. They're still among the best that we've ever worn. I think those are at the very top. I do love the old 1970s Redskins helmet, the yellow helmet with the white circle and the red R, and the yellow pants with the white and yellow and red striped socks. When we wore those back in 05, I think it was 05 or 07, one of the two. Boy, was that crispy and clean. We wore them against the Giants in a week 3 game. That was 07 because the Giants were 0-2. They'd given up 80 points the first 2 weeks. We were up 14-3 at halftime, and we blew the lead and lost the game. And I remember Clinton Portis wasn't in for the last snap. Lydell Betts took the carry and didn't get in. And there was a lot of conversation as to why Clinton Portis wasn't in the game. So those were crispy, but I would take the 70th anniversaries all day. I had a Clinton Portis 70th anniversary jersey. It was the last jersey I ever bought. Those were clean. B. Smitty, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, B. Smitty, who writes, 23 East teams made it to the championship game in 25 seasons. What did I say? 16? Yeah, 16 was the number I gave you. 23. Wow. Out of a 50 possible NFC championship games, teams, out of 50 teams, 23 were NFC, almost half were NFC East teams. Just goes to show you the dominance between the Giants. And you know what? I forgot the Eagles. I missed them in 1980. I didn't count them. I skipped right over that. But I was thinking mostly of the Cowboys, Giants, and Washington. I mean, and it's not like the Eagles played in a bunch of them, but I did miss that one. I would have only had one more. But wow. What an era. What a time to be alive. I want to get back to that. I don't want to see the success for Dallas and the Giants, but if it took that for us to have success, sign me up. Sign me up. I didn't think I was going to get the answer. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, got him. He did get me. He got me good. Got him. He got me good. He got me good, man. Oh, man. He got me good. He really did. Hunter Hodovic, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Double H, writes, Sup, T? Did you see/hear the options for the new fight song? Was so hard to listen to, in my opinion. Regardless, thanks for staying up so late. Hope all is well. I did hear the two options that they put out there. None of them were appealing to me. I feel like they should have just gone in a totally different direction with the fight song. If you couldn't do it well, then don't do it at all. Just go in a totally different direction. I didn't like either of the options, but I mean, look, this is my personal preference. When Redskins died, so did that fight song. It was already outdated as it was, right? They just should have buried it with the Redskins name. And I get it. There are some, fans that they're holding on to, just bits and pieces of the past that they just can't let go. And you want to kind of bring some of those fans into the present day by extending an olive branch. Hey, we're not going to take everything from you. Here's the fight song. It's still intact somewhat. I get it. I get the premise, but I don't love it. I didn't love it. I didn't love it at all. All right. So thank you guys for chopping it up with the kid tonight. As always, I didn't even realize what time it was. We've hit the 4-hour mark. This seems to be, a normal occurrence now, with these streams. But either way, I greatly appreciate you guys for all that you do, for all of the support that you give me. And I'm looking forward to chopping it up with you guys over the course of training camp, into the preseason, and into the regular season. So I'll be out of the office until probably Tuesday. But if anything of significance happens, best believe I will jump on my mobile device and I will be live wherever I am, whether I'm at a day party or I'm, just at dinner with my wife, whatever the case may be. I will jump on that cellular device and we will chop it up. So, but I am going to be out of the office, so you won't get any, real videos from me. But definitely, I will be staying abreast of all that's going on with camp and making sure that all is right with the world. So you'll definitely see me next week. We'll be back at it, and we'll be pretty aggressively back at it, I may add. So looking forward to chopping it up with y'all next week. Enjoy your weekend. I I got a couple more super chats. I am a Washington fan, etched in burgundy and gold. My Washington spirit will never die. Washington spirit will never fold. Until we meet again, you know what it is. Post up and take command. I got a super chat here from Fat American. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, you going to FedEx Field for training camp? I'm still deciding on whether I want to go. I got 8 tickets. Somebody's going, even if I'm not, in attendance with one of those 8 tickets. Somebody's going. I got 8 for a reason. I haven't decided on that one. That's August the 6th, if I'm not mistaken, or the August the 2nd ticket that I was able to procure. So I probably should go, but we'll see. I ain't gonna lie to you. Luck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Luck writes, I done got a lot of people with that in my day. That was by far the best. I had to screen record you. Brows went up and all. Whoo. Hey, you definitely got me. I was like, who is he talking? I was racking my brain. Like, did we have a previous conversation? Like, I'm literally going through the Rolodex of conversations in my mind and only to get got. It'll never happen again. You messed it up for everybody. Now I'm going to be super cautious when it comes to situations like that. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, get that merch popping, Lou. I'm working on it, man. I am working on it for sure. So that's going to do it for me, your man, Louie T. I appreciate you guys chopping it up with me, as I said before. And I will see you guys maybe Monday, definitely Tuesday. Worst case scenario. So in any event, take care, enjoy the weekend, and we will reconvene next week. God bless and good night.